We're looking. Good? We're recording? Yes, I will. Okay. Okay, so I have 6:01, so why don't we call to order our regular commission meeting for this Tuesday, August 13, 2024. Madam Clerk, can you please do our roll call?
Mayor Gross.
Here.
Vice Mayor Huntington,
Here.
Commissioner Amsler.
Here.
Commissioner Gonzalez, Commissioner Kennedy.
Here.
The Mayor, you have a quorum.
Very good. Let's do the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, let's go ahead and move on to our additions, deletions, and withdrawals. Do we have any for this evening?
Let Vera go first. I have a couple.
Go ahead.
I had asked the manager to share a letter. I hope you all kind of received of a draft letter regarding the aquatic center for Miami Shore.
No, and I emailed and specifically asked about that and said it wasn't turned in for the meeting.
Oh, okay.
It was just turned in, so we had the copies printed for you.
Okay, no worries. So it's good that you have it now on record, right, Pamela? And okay, wonderful. I wanted you guys to read it before. That would have been great so that you can provide feedback. But if not, I would like to add a little bit of space on today's agenda just to get the feedback from you.
That under new business?
Sure.
It's under new business. And then another thing, there was an incident at the rec center with a man sleeping on the areas that usually for toddlers for the reading section. And there were some concerns about that. And the attorney and I went back and forth as to what can be done. I asked the manager to actually talk about what can be done, you know, being a public space. I think it's, I got some feedback today and I would like to, if it's possible and we have time to address it and see what can be done. It is timely and I don't want to push it into the next month for the regular agenda. So
Okay.
we can add that as well into new business. It's a discussion regarding the accessibility of the rec center and how to provide safety for the little ones.
I'm not trying to be difficult. But
Yeah.
One time the manager tried to add something at the last second and we didn't have any backup and he was told, don't bring anything without backup. Do we have backup for this?
No, I mean, I can bring it today. It's a walk-on. We do it all the time. We add items all the time. Yeah.
Listen, I'm good with it as long as everybody else is good with it, but let's just make sure that we're fair with everybody. That
Yeah, well, so, yeah, I tell you why. So this was an item from a situation that happened July 20, so you get some background. And I got some feedback today. For me, the feedback wasn't enough to sort of provide an answer to the question. So I don't want to wait another month. So if you all agree, we can discuss it.
I'm totally fine with it, but I'm going to echo what Art said and share my concern that if we're going to have policies about things being added to meetings, we need to follow them or we need to dispense with them because we're a little loosey-goosey about that. But I'm totally fine with it. I always figure, look, it's being added to the end of the agenda. If we don't get to it, we don't get to it, then it goes on the next agenda. I think Brad might have something to say about public noticing and how we're going to be discussing something that the public wasn't privy to.
Well, it's a discussion, so there's
Okay.
no legislative action
Okay.
taking.
Then I'm totally fine with,
Or some legislative action would be at another meeting where the public would be noticed and be able to speak.
I'm totally fine with adding things on for discussion.
Sounds like we got consensus to add then. All right, so we have what will be 13D and 13E. Okay, any other,
Yeah, I have a couple of things, Jonathan.
Okay.
So I received an email, I was traveling and I literally just got back in the village, but I received an email that the proclamation meeting was canceled because there are no proclamations for September, but there is a proclamation for September. It's Hispanic Heritage Month.
We're in August.
August?
You did it?
You said September. Did you mean
Oh, I'm
August?
sorry. I'm sorry.
We're in August. That's
There were a couple, I think there were a couple that I'd sent over and the manager reminded me that those were September, so they weren't coming on this one. That one's September, so that one will be part of that one, next month.
12A and 12B are two related topics, and the last time it came up, Pharaoh, you and I said we would combine them. If that's going to happen, then it needs to be, I guess we need to do it now. And if we're going to keep them separate, if you want to keep it separate, I'm fine. Then I prefer that you go first on that. So if you want to combine them, we're fine. And then you, okay, that's fine. Then let's do that. Let's combine 12A and B. And then, I'm very confused about item, 13C, Jonathan, your item. When I received the agenda, that wasn't on there. And then I literally found out about it when a resident wanted to make a comment to me about it. I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. And I had emailed and said, is this going to be on the agenda? And was told no. And when I got the agenda, it wasn't there. When the resident told me about it, I went onto the village website, pulled up the agenda, it wasn't there. And then I looked at the other place where we keep agendas and it was there. So I literally read this a half an hour. I ran home from the airport, dropped my bags off, opened it up, read it like that. I don't like being prepared half-assed for an item. I know it's just a discussion item, but did you turn that in on time? And I'm not criticizing anyone. Did you turn it in on time and it was missed, or did you turn it in late?
So I will ask,
We turned it in on time, but it was at the last minute before we were publishing. Chris put the item on the agenda and the system didn't approve it at that time. So when the resident came to me to say, hey, it's on one, it's not on the other, I made the correction, but it's been on the agenda since you turned it in.
Wasn't
If-
on the agenda that was emailed to me.
I
I'm fine doing it because I read it and I'll be ready for it when we get there. But again, it's another,
since it's not I was just gonna recommend if since it's not time sensitive, if we wanted to move it September, I would have no problem doing it.
it's at the end. We may or may not get to it.
We may do it
My
anyway.
point is just kind of, again, echoing what Art said, is about things just kind of coming and going from agendas. And this one was, I actually had the agenda, took it with me so I could work on the agenda at night from my hotel room, felt prepared, and then bam, there was that one. So,
All right, so we had we had moving 12A and 12B, we're consolidating those. We had the addition of 13D and 13E. Were there any others before we move forward with the agenda as amended?
I do have one, and Brad, you'll have to let me know which section that fits into. The extra helium line. I found out last Thursday or Friday that we missed a phone line for one of the command staff in the original statement of work. So we have to add an additional phone line. I asked our attorney to prepare the reso for that. And I don't know, is that discussion or does that,
It would be a walk-on resolution
okay.
if the commission acquiesces to it being placed on.
It's just the,
Walk on.
so, but this is just a tweak of an existing resolution.
No, it's a new resolution. I don't want to, it's not probably appropriate at this time to explain the whole thing.
Okay.
The nutshell version is it's an additional statement of work for Helium Mobile for an additional phone is what it is. And we can explain it when, if
Yep.
all decide that if you all have consensus to hear it as a walk-on item, we can explain it to you, but it would go at the end of resolution.
Okay, well, look, adding on a discussion about a letter to Miami Shores or some variance discussions and a thing at the, it's one thing, but walking on a resolution that involves money, I don't know, I'm not super comfortable with that. I just want, it's not, I'll catch up. I'll be ready for the discussion. I want residents to not feel like something's being thrown at them that has a dollar sign attached to it.
I mean, it's for one phone, you could have consensus to hear it on resolution. And after you hear it, if you decide you need more information or more time, or you want the public to have, advance notice and input, you can always defer the item to the next meeting. And this way it would be on the agenda. And I'm not suggesting that you give it consensus to be heard. I'm just saying that that's an option.
I think this is a bigger discussion, Mac, as far as procedures are concerned. With bringing things at the last minute and allowing them, not allowing them. What are we allowing? What are we not allowing? Because again, when the manager brought some stuff before, we told them, don't bring it because you had no backup. So now we're doing it. The attorney and the manager are doing it again.
Yeah.
And, it's just a phone and it's not a big deal. Honestly, for me, it's really not a big deal. But I understand, that this matter that we need to clarify to make it clear and the same for every.
So first, I'm not I have no walk-on items for tonight, but for that, with that being said, you all follow Robert's Rules of Order if your rules don't address the issue. Robert's Rules of Order does allow walk-on items for certain things. Obviously, you couldn't do a walk-on item for a resolution, for an ordinance, because it requires certain public notice by statute and things of that nature. If this was an expenditure where we were asking you to authorize $50,000 or $100,000 for a purchase, I think there's some merit to what you're all saying, that that shouldn't be necessarily a walk-on item unless it's an emergency situation and it needs to be heard for some reason. This is a very minimal purchase. It tags along with things that you've already approved for Helium Mobile, which is a phone and service. Apparently, without getting into too much of discussion of it, there was, I guess, when you all agreed, when it was proposed to go to Helium and you ordered the phones on the second statement of work, or the third statement of work, excuse me, you all were one phone short for a member of the police department. So that's what this is for. So, but that, again, it's entirely, I'm not suggesting you do it, hear it or not hear it. It's procedurally, you can do it if there's consensus to do it as a walk-on.
I'm okay with that.
Does it have to get done tonight? Is it time sensitive?
I would defer to the manager on that.
Time sensitive and from the perspective of we're spending $60 a month at our current provider, and this is $20 a month. So
So there's a,
time sensitive from the perspective of saving money, yes.
okay, so finances and time sensitive are two different things. So it's not time sensitive, but there is a financial concern. I get that. Okay, look, I'm kind of with Art on this because we've heard this before about walking things on and having things on here without backup and blah, blah, blah. And you start doing this and it just gets looser and looser and looser, and before you know it, and we've been told we can't put things on. I think I've been told no. So, and I make sure I make deadlines and all that stuff. So whatever you guys want to do.
I think adding a discussion item is one thing. I think adding something that we spend money, whether or not it's $275 over the year or $200,000, we shouldn't be spending money without proper noticing to the residents, allow a resident to come and want to speak on their behalf on that item. I'm fine with discussing this, maybe move this to a discussion item. We'll discuss it, hash everything we out, so that way it would move it faster along in September. But voting on it tonight without proper noticing to residents, I don't know about that.
And while residents may not think it's a huge amount of money, it's not our money, it's theirs, right?
The savings, it's not.
Savings, okay, but it's money. And they might have questions about it. Like, why is this necessary and who's it for? I mean, look, there's legit questions that I'm gonna have come up with cold on because I haven't seen it either.
Look, this is a pertinent to a resolution that we already passed. It's an agreement that we already passed. It's a service that we already passed, and it's the handsets that we already agreed to. It is a minimal amount of money, and I hear and I understand there's a concern about money being spent. But I think I agree with Art that we should have a discussion again about what we're allowing on and when we're allowing them on. But for at least the purposes of this tonight, I think we could put it on as a walk-on.
I'm fine.
Okay.
I think there's a consensus to put it on.
Okay. So, all right, I have very quickly, just turning back, I have the walk-on at 11, will be 11B. I have the consolidation of 12A and 12B, and then the add-ons for the discussion items for 13D and E, which is the letter in the rec center item. Is that everything? Okay, sounds good. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
To approve as amended.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. All right, so let's head over to public comment. Number 6, we'll start with folks here in the log cabin. Before you start your public comment, please remember name and address, and public comment is limited to 3 minutes. Floor is open.
Hello. My comment isn't pleasant, so I was hoping somebody else would start first. Back early July.
Sorry, we
my-
just-
my-
Your
Yordi
name and-
Squirrel, 960 Northeast, 118th Street.
Thank you.
Back in July, early July, I left a voicemail with building and code because I had a simple question about building a pergola over a driveway. Now, it's not a carport, it's a pergola, and there were different nuances to the project, and things change here quite a bit as far as what's considered acceptable or isn't, especially within the driveways. I didn't get a response. So about 2 weeks later, I decided to walk into the code desk. And the young lady that was there, Dina, is it? Yeah, Dina Escobar. Nobody could answer the question. And I told her, look, nobody's answering my question. I left a voicemail, I left emails or an email. And I just want a simple answer. She said, well, you should go to the planning meeting. And I said, okay. So she signed me up. And I did not know that there was a $50 charge to get a question answered at a planning and zoning meeting. So it's not so much about the $50, it's about the journey to this point. And on principle, if I'm not getting any callbacks or any responses to something, that could have been done easily over the phone, then I have to go to a planning and meeting and then ask him, why am I getting charged $50 for something that's not even, I haven't applied for a permit, just wanted a simple, answer. I find that a little disturbing. Obviously, lack of response. And now I'm getting hit with a $50 fee that I had no idea I was going to get hit with, which I had to come all the way over here and sit through the meeting and then wait till the end to, ask my dumb question. So I'm here today because I went back after I sent them an email telling them, look, this must be a mistake. I'm being unjustly charged $50 for something as simple as this. And I didn't concede to paying $50 or anything silly like that, because I would have then continued to try to get it, done. And here I am in front of you guys, the commission, to ask you to take the $50 fee off, please, because it was not something that I agreed to, nor something that I would have agreed to, common sense wise, just to get a question answered. I went over there and I gave them this whole story and they stuck to the script. I know if you're going to go to this meeting, then you have to pay the $50. And I tried to plead with them to get their head around the situation, that it's not about, could somebody, understand that this is a mistake? No. So here I am in front of you guys to ask you to please not charge me $50 for the question that I had about a pergola over the driveway. So who do I have to talk to so they can just lift the fee? Is that the music?
That's our new bumper music. I have no idea how to turn it off.
Okay.
So just a quick question. At no point prior to this meeting, you were told about the $50? At
No, because it was a simple, the question wasn't answered. And when I decided to go in person, thinking maybe they'll answer it for me there, they told me you got to be at this meeting.
So did they send you an invoice, a bill, or?
After the fact, she signed me up. It's not like I went and signed up and said, oh, wait a second, what's going on here? It was like she was trying to be nice, I guess, to sign me up for the meeting, but she left out that big part. So, here I am again.
Yordis, when did you find out? When you got to the meeting? Or when
I
you
got an
received the
email.
invoice?
I got an email.
So you went to the meeting, you asked your question, and then later you got a.
Well, I asked, I started with the question about why am I getting charged $50 when,
Oh, you had already received.
yeah,
it.
and then the gentleman that was there, which I guess runs the meeting,
Chair.
yeah, he told me, yeah, that doesn't sound right, but I can't do anything about it. So-
Did you get at least the question answered?
Hopefully we did. Hopefully.
Yeah, I still have to go back to building to see
$25.
if what I want to do is doable. Yeah,
Okay.
because
I
there's,
don't-
hurricane, NOA and so forth.
So I can give you the background from what we received on building on this. This is from our planning and zoning coordinator. He had planning and zoning related questions on what would be considered acceptable for a carport. Per the current ordinances passed, it is to be constructed of aluminum or canvas and 20 by 20 in size. He had said that he was unaware of a $50 fee to speak or discuss this with the planning board. Before being placed on the agenda for Monday, August 5th, they had sent, or OpenGov, I should say, sent multiple notifications that there was going to be the $50 upfront fee. And it looks like we did provide, or building did provide the answers to the questions with the code, what is acceptable for the carport with the aluminum or canvas and 20 by 20 size. So that's the background that I have from building and village hall on that.
So no one told you in your village hall, but you did receive a bill before you showed up at the meeting to ask your question.
Right, and at that point, I was,
You were informed.
I
of
had a
that.
real good reason to show up to the meeting, yeah, other than the fact that nobody had responded to my voicemails or emails,
So
which I think is very unprofessional.
We agree with that. I think the process, the journey as you described, seems to be pretty harsh. I'm just wondering what the right process is to let know. So, Chris, when someone comes and has a question, at what point, what processes do we have in place for employees to let our residents know when a question does go and
And if something's
requires
going to
this
require a fee, maybe,
fee or something?
maybe there's a form that they fill out saying, yes, I agree to pay a $50 fee to get on the agenda.
I'm wondering what the process is of, because if, I mean, this is unfortunately your case today, but it could happen to anybody
Right.
that doesn't know and comes with a
Well, if
question.
nobody responds to you when you're having a question, I'm sure they're not going to respond to you when you have a problem with a fee.
Okay, so that's what I'm trying to understand.
Oh, yeah, so that's a bigger issue, right? So that, does everybody that have a question have to pay $50 to get the question answered? Or, because it seems like a pretty simple question. I don't think this was a very complex question.
What building typically does, if it's a question that can be answered, that's where the answer is already sitting in our land development code or ordinances or something along those lines, they'll provide that information. If it's something beyond that, would something specifically be required or what, zoning question? We don't have a zoning clerk, anything along those lines. That needs to go in front of the planning and zoning board. And they do charge, the planning and zoning board does charge that $50.
Well, I don't think the board charges it. Maybe the village does, but the board can't charge anybody. But look, I have been to plenty of those meetings and people walk in and ask to be put on the agenda to ask a question. And I would like to know if they were all charged $50 after they asked their question. Now, related guys, you all know later on, our friends from CAP are here and they have a proposal in front of us. And part of that is to provide the zoning review services. And guys, this would solve that exact kind of a thing because we would pick you up and what this guy's in the lobby and he'd get an answer right away, right? That's what that person would do. We have a solution in the works separately, not going to help you, but that is on our agenda tonight to discuss. So it's interesting that it just came up again. But I've seen plenty of people at planning board meetings asking questions, and I would find it hard to believe they were all charged $50. So I don't know if he's asking us to waive the fee. I don't know that we have the authority to even do that, but it doesn't seem like a real resident-friendly thing to me.
If I can,
I also want to let you know, there's a big problem about people not responding to their voicemails or emails. That's, I think, is the whole reason I got into this mess.
so if I can jump in real quick, from the perspective of customer service in Village Hall, I myself, as well as many on the staff, aren't fans of that $50 fee just to speak with the planning board. That seems a little, I'm not sure what the word is. It's not providing that excellent service. They should have the ability to go to the planning board and ask those questions. With that said, we don't govern the planning board. And I don't know what authority we have to eliminate or remove or change that fee. That's more of a question for the attorney, if that's something the commission desires to do.
We able to do that, Brad? Do you know offhand? If you need a minute, I mean, I think we could probably come.
Well, I
Just
would,
for me-
I would just
for
be
me, it's-
curious to know how many of those fees have been charged, because to Mac's point, there are a lot of people that come to the board and just,
I paid, to
pay the
answer.
$50.
No, it wasn't 50. I believe it was 25 at that time, so it must have gone up. But I understand that sometimes there is a question of a gray line in terms of what you're trying to build that is not very straightforward on the code. And then you need to show
Some
either
guidance.
in a picture or,
Right.
right? And so it could be very specific. And my case wasn't that, but I was suggested, why don't you go and ask? And I thought, of course, and I'll put my name in the line and pay my $25 and ask everything related.
But you knew there was a fee.
That's what I was going to go to. Regardless, I mean, the fee is there and I'm hoping Brad can shed some light as to why it's there. It was approved as part of the processes we have. You should be aware. I was told in order to be participant of the next planning and zoning meeting, I was going to have to pay $25.
That's reasonable.
And because I decided it was fair for me to spend that time and everybody's time and pay $25 for it, I did it. There has to be a process to let you know whether you sign something that extra question, the time for the board to set you in their agendas and all has a price, and that's fine. But you should be aware. That's what
Right.
I'm.
This is an indication of a bigger problem, though. The no responses, just murky, actions, doing things in a way that's really not demonstrating competence. And then the pushback that I got, I mean, I wish I would have gotten that kind of response when I've asked the question, which was very enthusiastic. So, you know, it's an indication that you have a big problem over there.
I think to that point, sir, there, we have, one of the items that we're going to be talking about tonight is hopefully going to make some corrective actions. As Mac mentioned, it's not going to solve the problem that you're asking us to solve, but we do hope that that's going to solve the larger problem. And I don't want to put Brad on this, our attorney on the spot. I'm sorry,
Oh, I can address part of it. So
okay?
You have, section 17.18 of your code, which is planning and zoning fee schedule.
Can you talk in your microphone, Brad?
Sorry, I thought I was. So you have 17.18 of your land development code, which deals with planning and zoning fee schedules. And it essentially, there's a resolution, which I don't have in front of me, I can't find in the short notice, but there's a resolution that set those fees. I don't know if that resolution specifically deals with waiving, the ability to waive those fees. I'd have to look at find the resolution and see what it says. I can tell you that which is a little bit different because it talks about application fees, but in 17.8.2 says application fees shall be paid in total at the time of the filing an application. No fee shall be credited or refunded except when adjustment is warranted or deemed necessary due to departmental error. A refund of 50% of an original application fee may be refunded upon the withdrawal of an application when the written request for withdrawal is received within 30 days after the date of the application. That's not entirely what we're talking about here, but this is the provision that I've read, which is 1718, which provides for the fee for the planning and zoning.
I think at this point, I see a potential path to a resolution based on what I heard in that section. And I'd like to give our attorney an opportunity to pull up the rest of that resolution, be it, I don't know if he's gonna have time to do it right now. But what I would propose for right now, as far as the fee goes, that we just put it on ice for a moment, let our attorney advise us on what the procedure is. And most importantly, we
Well, I
appreciate
don't
you
want-
bring it to us.
Right, but as time goes by, and if I'm not getting responses, last thing I want to do is see a lien placed on my property because of, you know, the bureaucracy and everything that's going on something that I never agreed to. Nobody told me this. I did not sign up myself for the meeting. The young lady signed me up.
That's kind of the point that I'm
Yeah.
looking
Okay.
on here for what
right.
he's saying. It might provide a path to a resolution to help you out.
So who do I have to follow up with?
I'd say you could follow up with us in the commission. You could send me an email if you'd like, and I'd be in touch with the attorney.
Thank you. So if I can get your, or is it online?
Yeah,
It's online. It's online.
Seems to me there should be a form. It's a really easy form. You want to get on the
Thank you
agenda?
for
fill out
bringing it
this form.
over.
I agree to pay this fee, blankety blank. We amended the fee schedule on February 7th, 2023, and the $50 fee is on there. So it is $50 now. Beryl, I don't know if it was 25 when you did it.
Do you have the reso number? It's going to be very hard for me to find.
No, there's no, oh, well, let me look
When
back.
was the
Yeah,
re-
I might.
Well, when was the reso passed, you said?
I'm looking at the master fee schedule. I'm not looking at the resolution itself.
When was it? You said it was enacted?
February 7th, 2023. It says adopted by the village on February 7th, 2023. Let me look for a reso number.
So
Here we go.
it's the noticing provision in there that sounds like to me it could provide for some relief here. If noticing wasn't being issued properly, then we can have a discussion about that
Are you planning on building the carport after all?
after all this.
Mhm.
Yep. I think,
Let that scare you off. You'll get it approved soon.
So the
yeah, we have,
it's It's resolution 2023-04. It's silent as to refunds or waiving of those fees.
So if it's silent, does that mean the village could do what it wants to, or does it mean we have no authority
I
to
think
do it?
I would suggest that the commission as a whole has the authority to waive that fee if that's what they so decide, if you all so decide to do.
Okay, I'm going to make a motion that we have Chris waive the fee for Yordies for his $50 visit to our planning board.
I'll second that.
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So you're waived.
Thank you for bringing the issue forward. It is always good to hear what's going on, at least from this, and hopefully the process becomes easier moving forward.
Yordies, don't think it was intentional. I
Thank you
don't
for
think anything
coming.
Nefarious going on. It was, but you'll help us be better. Thank you for that.
Well, the noticing provision, Brad, is something we might want to talk about at a later time, because that's where I see, if there's a failure in noticing, then it sounds like there might be a path to a refund in that instance. So let's go ahead and continue with our public comment.
Are we good?
Yes, I think we're
Jamie
good.
Anderson, 11905 Northeast 11th Place. Agenda item 13C regarding the variance requirements. 2 and 3, I have to.
Sorry, Janie, I have a hard time listening.
We-
What were you saying?
Bring the microphone down.
Sorry.
just- There you go.
Thank you.
2 and 3, yeah, they seem to be on the subjective side. 1 and certainly 4, the minimum variance quote, I think those are pretty much in order. I don't see big issues there. I would have loved to have seen comments from the planning board members attached to this backup. That would have kind of added some context to it. Now, going on to Lean Library. On the first page, it says, create marketing material for Lean Amnesty campaign. My questions would be, who's going to design that campaign? Who would have final authority of approving that campaign? Also, it lists 2 different totals for the amount of outstanding liens. One says we currently have 708,000 in liens on 15 properties. The other says the potential is to collect 637. What's the difference and why? Concerning is that it also adds that in the backup that we currently wait for a property to be sold to collect. Why? And what do those 15 properties consist of? Are they primarily code related, which would be my guess, in which case you might have some that are not extremely large, that properties in compliance, the owner just didn't pay the violation fine. They can be collected on, but the city could collect those. The rest of those liens, if they're code related, are likely still a revolving door, a moving target, because they have not come into compliance yet. And frequently, when someone does come into compliance, they do come back in front of our board. They do ask for a fine reduction. And while taking in consideration, of course, the village's best interests, we make every effort to work with the property owner. Were there extenuating circumstances? How long did it take them to comply? Is Lean Library going to go through all that, or will it be just very formulaic? Also, the only city mentioned that Lean Library also works with is Miami Gardens. That's not comparable to us. Are there other municipalities that would be a little more comparable? And in terms of raising the fees, would we be raising the fees strictly to cover Lean Library's cost? Thanks.
Any further here in the log cabin before we move on? Seeing none, let's go ahead and turn it over to Zoom.
Mr. Anderson?
Yes, this has to do with 11A Lean Library. My question is why does the village need it? How often are letters sent out by the village to the owner, letting them know the amount that they owe? What is the full cost to do the lien search for the village? Does the price we charge right now cover it? How can they collect lien money before the property is sold if the village is unable to do it now? Under cap, the flood plain reviews, I see is $110 an hour, which we don't do now, and we ought to. Zoning reviews and inspections, $100 an hour, which we don't do now, and we ought to. Landscape reviews and inspections, $150 an hour. We don't do now, and we should. My main question is will this cost be added to the permit cost, or is this something the village is going to have to absorb? Thank you.
Any other comment on Zoom?
Nothing else on Zoom.
All right, so let's go ahead. Now we've closed public comment. Is there any other commission reply at this time?
No, we're going to address these topics when they come up.
All right. Very quickly before we get into reports, Mr. Manager, when did we plan on having our friends here at Kimley Horn step up?
We originally planned on having it during the village manager report. However, if
No, it's
commission would
fine.
like
I
to, we
didn't
can
know
bump
if they
them
were
up.
going to be set up in presentations and I just jumped over it, so I was prepared to apologize, but we can do it that way. Okay, so let's go ahead and get into our reports then. And we'll start with code compliance. And we'll go through these one by one. Are there any comments or discussion items in code compliance report for this month? No? Okay. Finance, we're doing quite heavily, but are there any questions about the June finance report? No?
I
Okay.
had a couple questions about finance, actually.
Sure.
Workers' comp, it seemed like it doubled in each department and tripled in police. Is there a reason why our workers' comp insurance is doubling, and going up so high?
That's something I'm looking into. I don't have an answer for you at this point. I will before the next meeting.
Okay. If there aren't any further questions in finance, legal, Mr. Attorney, do you have anything for us?
No, sir.
Okay. No report
Can I
from,
ask a couple of questions of Brad before we pass? Do you want to be asked during his time?
No. Sure.
Sometimes I make notes and I look back at them and I think, ooh, what did I mean by that? Are we expecting an ordinance or an ordinance, I believe, regarding the Miami-Dade County irrigation code being how we're going to handle that? Or do we agree that that would just be a letter? Okay, that's a letter. Good.
From what I understood,
It was a letter. Okay.
remember correctly,
That's why I was confused.
was
My
going
own
to do you authorized him to write a letter.
Yep.
The ordinance was,
Yep.
a resolution or an ordinance was an option.
I understand.
Letter.
I wrote both in my notes.
Yes. It
I
was
highlighted one, not that
a
one.
letter.
Okay. When will we see the land development code changes for construction signs?
Go to the manager, I think, on the next agenda.
Will that be next month?
Next agenda.
Good, because I'm very,
It's drafted. It should be on.
oh, it is. Awesome. Okay. I'm very anxious to get that done as quickly as possible. And because that's an ordinance, correct?
It is an ordinance.
That will require two readings. So we're we're a month out from a meeting. If we pass it on first and second on time, that would be September, October. This thing wouldn't even be usable until later in October. So I have an interest in getting that thing done as quickly as possible. And in the meantime, Chris, I'm hoping that knowing that we're going to pass this thing, that there's forward momentum on the banners, getting them made, because if the banners are done, the day we enact this thing, we could start using them right away. Otherwise, there'll be another month or 6 weeks or however long it takes to get banners in place. And all of a sudden, we're 4 or 5 months out from our initial conversation on this, and construction sites look as bad as ever. So I had an email exchange with Brad about pool fences, and this was in reference to something that I'm sure you brought it up, Ryan, regarding fences and how they have to be secured. And I asked Brad, and we had an email back and forth, if it was possible for us to make our own code regarding pool fences that would be stricter than the Florida building code, that would address some of these concerns that we have with pool fences. And I got a very long answer from Brad. I promise I read it, Brad. Promise I did. But if you could I wonder, it's something we might want to consider. I'm not asking us to make a decision on it now, but if you want to kind of tell us, Brad, what that looks like to do something like that.
You're gonna have to give me a minute to pull up the email.
The long and short of it was, yes, we can make something that's more strict than the Florida building code. We have to have some public hearings and go through a certain process and determine that it's necessary, and then we can make it happen just like a regular ordinance, I guess. And here's, while he's looking, and I don't want to paraphrase your thoughts on this, but we have pools that are open to the street. Happens all the time. I get complaints constantly. I know people have reported to code, but there are other ways that you can secure a pool that make them legally safe, right? And and it would involve baby things and stuff and alarms and things, but they can be disarmed after the inspection is passed. And then you have a pool that is no longer secured by a primary fence and the self-closing gate and all those things like I have on my yard. So,
Talking about during construction, or you're talking about afterwards?
no, afterwards. Yeah.
So after it's completed and the
Yeah.
homeowner, okay, got it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So found the email and Cap's here, so they might be able to expound on this, but the Florida Building Code does permit the village to adopt technical amendments to the code. If there's a local need, it can be done once every 6 months under the statute. The procedure is basically the commission would have to determine after following a public hearing, which has to be advertised in the newspaper and general circulation at least 10 days before the hearing, that there's a need to strengthen the requirements of the Florida Building Code. That the determination must be based upon a review of local conditions by, which review has to demonstrate by evidence or data that the jurisdiction, which is governed by, that this jurisdiction has a need to strengthen the code beyond the, beyond what, how it's already written, and that you would do it by a proposed amendment. It has to be more stringent, obviously, than the code, and it cannot be discriminatory against any materials, products, or construction techniques. And then it's already addressed in the code, so that wouldn't be an issue. So you could do it. There is a process.
There's a process to do it. Guys, I'm not suggesting we have that conversation tonight, but I think it's worth having a conversation about putting it on an agenda and having Brad explain that maybe to us a little more fully and have a conversation about, is it necessary? Could we come up with something that would help solve the problem? Here's my initial thought, and I wouldn't say I would vote one way or the other right now. In terms of life safety, if we didn't do something and something happened, we'd kick ourselves the rest of our lives, because the thing that would happen would be a child would be dead, you know? So, and when it comes to life safety matters, especially for kids around pools, I don't think, in my mind, there's no wiggle room at all. So if there's a conversation to be had, I think we should have it and then decide if we do want to move forward and do something separate from or make it more strict than the building code.
And just to add, so, and also just you passing it doesn't necessarily put it into law. So it has to be also approved by the Florida Building Commission. And there's also some requirements about entering into a local agreement for a countywide compliance review board to be established in case the amendment is challenged. So there's various different mechanisms that have.
It's beyond just passing an ordinance with a new building code.
Correct.
Understood.
You cannot by ordinance amend the code.
Understood.
You would basically come up with an amendment to the code.
Mhm.
It would go to the Florida Building Commission. They would have to make a finding that it's necessary. First of all, that it strengthens their code, that it's necessary. And then, as I said, there's a process that you have to come into place,
Yeah.
an interlocal agreement. In case
Understood.
anybody appeals the amendment to the code, once the commission approves it. And this is once every 6 months that you
Okay,
can.
then there's a process followed. Okay. Again, I don't want to take up a lot of our time tonight. I think it's worth us having a discussion about, when Ryan brought it up, I was mulling it in my mind and I thought this is something we should talk about. Maybe it will go nowhere, maybe it will go somewhere. So if a bunch of you agree to do it, I think we should do it.
Okay, yeah, I mean, not for this evening's discussion, but certainly a discussion item for another time, definitely next month.
What do you guys think, Ryan, Art, Farrell?
Definitely on board with this guy.
You're
Definitely.
okay with having the conversation? Okay. Can we just have it added onto an agenda, Pamela, or do I have to submit it as an agenda item?
Sounds like you can just add it because we've been doing that all night.
Apparently.
So just
I could just walk in and hand it to you guys.
add it.
Perfect.
Well, I would suggest that it get put on an agenda because it's going
He's
to
being
be
facetious.
a long
He's
discussion.
being facetious. Pamela, will you add it, or would you like me to write something up?
Well, I want the backup or whatever you want to submit.
I'm sorry?
Backup,
Yeah?
I wouldn't know what you would want.
Okay, I'll write it up. I got it.
Okay,
And those are my questions for Brad. Thank you, Brad.
all right, so let's go ahead and go to Parks and Rec. Do we have anything we want to discuss about Parks and Rec's report?
I have a couple things.
Okay.
Chris, can you give an update on the tot lot awnings? Those have been in disrepair for many years. It was in the budget, I think 2 or 3 years ago to have them repaired. They're still ripped. There's steel cables showing. What is the status of that project?
Sorry, I'm just trying to find the email. We just had a discussion on this.
It's in the rec center report. I saw it in there.
Yeah, but it just says they're being altered for manufacturing errors, and that's what we were told years ago when new ones were put in. They were the wrong size. They put the old ones back on, and I can't believe it takes that long to make new awnings. Recently, a steel cable came down and was just hanging, swinging by the kids' slides. And, you know, what Public Works had to come and tie it up to make it safe for the kids, and it's still in that same status 4 or 5 months later. That's, you know, it's a child, again, this is public safety. A child could be hurt by these things. And it's something that we should have already fixed.
The latest information I have is from August 1st, and that is that they are being altered. I will do some digging to find out where we are in that process for you.
My second question about the playground mulch, I see was received and spread. I was excited to see that. I went out and checked it out for myself. I think we should do some reevaluation of what amount of mulch we order is, because I can say that it barely covered the ground that was there. It didn't build up and fix the ruts that were created by the swings. If you try to move a stroller in through the tot lot area, you go off of concrete onto a dirt patch where there is no mulch. And I can't believe that is even, you know, accessible for ADA requirements or anything like that. It definitely, something needs to be addressed. The amount of mulch that was put in was not adequate at all.
I'm going to take that one step further because I have it on my notes when we get to the rec center, and that is, should we be looking at alternative surface materials and how to handle that in a more long-term way? Mulch is a really environmentally unfriendly kind of product, and it has to be replaced all the time, and it just looks like crap most of the time, honestly. And I see playgrounds and other walking surfaces that have that spongy rubber stuff, and there's things and they're permeable. So I think that's a good conversation for us to have tomorrow night, see if there's something we should do there.
I have a question on the attendees. So Golden Gate Summer Camp, it only ran June, July, and that's just for the summer camp, right? And then after school care, that runs the entire rest of the year?
Correct.
Okay. And then when it comes to shore soccer, they are paused during the summer. I'm guessing that's why we have zeros,
Correct.
right? Okay. Are we able, and this came up for something else, but so maybe this is a question for Brad. Are we able to gather any sort of registration information on these programs that are not run by the rec center? So for example, the Shores Soccer is a third party that we have a contract with providing a service. If we were to ask how many of your registrants are from Biscayne Park versus Miami Shore, is that information that can be shared or is private?
Shouldn't be private if they have the information cataloged in some way, they should be able to provide it. There's nothing private about that.
That's different, yeah.
I will say beach tennis voluntarily provided us the information. There are 3 from Biscayne Park, 2 from Miami Shores, and 12 from elsewhere.
Okay, but that, the reason I'm asking, and you know where I'm going with this question, Chris. So for today, for the whole evaluation of the aquatic center, one thing I wanted to do is just measure a little bit how much of the usage of our facilities happens. I posted the question a while ago, and the feedback was that because these are programs that are not run by us, we can gather that information. So that's why I wanted to run it by Brad. So if we can run, if we have access to this information, I think it'll be beneficial to have a sort of tracking of who's using it, just for situations like this. Specifically, I needed it for the letter. I don't have it, but it would be ideal to know that this is actually residents, or is it North Miami coming, or is it Miami Shores? I think it gives us more leverage to use the information for future partnerships. I mean, there's so much that can be.
I mean, I've never seen the agreement for shore soccer, but my guess is it would have a public records provision in it because it's required by law.
Always do.
The issue, I don't, and I haven't talked to them, I don't, Chris has, but I don't know if the issue is that they don't have a running tally of where the individuals have come. So in other words, they may have the applications, but they don't put in their database where the individuals come. I don't know. And they would have to search applications.
Okay.
So it's a question of, to me, the question would be, do they have the information? There's nothing confidential under Florida law that I'm aware of.
There are some exemptions when you're asking for, children's programs.
Okay.
Well, but not where they come from. We're not asking for the names, their ages, just saying how many come from the village and how many come from elsewhere. But
So not to extend it, my point is if there is, so when I ask the question and the feedback is given as, no, we cannot, it's a very straight, direct feedback of a no. That for me, obviously, and I bring it up with the attorney, I wanted to double check that that's the case. In my understanding, when you're given this information, I mean, it's a public entity, it's a rec center, so I'm assuming it is public. So I would say, no, do not answer unless you have checked properly with the attorney first, because then in this case, I missed the opportunity to include it. And in the future, let's find ways, maybe through a registration process, that we can gather this information. It should be part. I mean, we all put our addresses when you sign up for a program. That's the part I don't know.
right,
What
if they're saying that it's protected, they have to tell us what they're claiming is the protection. So in other words, if they're saying, we can't tell you what town these participants are coming from because Florida statute so-and-so says we can't. By law, they have to provide that. I haven't had any conversations with them, so I don't know what their response is.
One of the examples, and just to close up, as for this was another sort of in the same lines, the idea of Shores Soccer giving priority to Shores residents. So it's a Shores soccer program that runs in the Shores, and it has an extension in Biscayne Park because they don't have a space in their fields. So they have the possibility to come here. It's a shared revenue, so it's a win-win for both. But it would be wonderful, for example, to know the majority of the people using it in Biscayne Park maybe do have priority to sign up. A lot of these programs, here. So that is information, if we can access, that could be part of the negotiation with the vendor.
So I do have just a clarification on that. This is going back to October of 23. The soccer program is not run by another municipality. The company's name is Shores Soccer. The owner apparently lives there. They have no legal association with the village other than just the business name. So
I
it
know-
looks like they run for,
It's where my kids went to soccer, and I can tell you that there is a priority given to the Shores at the time, maybe because they were using it.
if,
So it's just information. I said, if we can access, it always helps to come closer to a negotiation that benefits Biscayne Park first. All right, so
I have can I ask you two quick questions? One's for you and one's for Brad, I guess. Because I wasn't quite understanding what you're saying. Are you saying you've requested this from the village and you were told you can't have it?
yes.
I see. And then you talked to Brad and now we're finding out otherwise. Okay. I just want a clarification on that. Yeah, I think maybe time could be spent making sure we get clear answers on things before we're given a yes or no on things. And some of these organizations that function at the rec center, are they required, Brad, to have registration lists? Like, for example, Drishti does yoga, and every time I see her, I say I'm going to show up at her yoga class on Saturday, and I've never gone once, but I keep saying I'm going to do it. And I'm just going to show up and hand her the money and do it. Are they required to have a registration?
If they're private entities, it would depend on what their agreement is with the village.
Okay. Because I see what Vero's trying to get, and I would
I'm
like
not
to help
aware
her
of
get it.
any statute, there may be one out there, but I'm not aware of any statute that requires a private entity to keep a registration of their customers.
Got it. Okay. It would make sense, and
Saying that they
yeah, and to Vero's point, I mean, the information she wanted, she wouldn't be able to get anyway if they didn't sign people up by name. So you wouldn't be able to get it anyway, even if they agreed to turn it over, which is kind of a drag. But I think it's a good idea for us to kind of know who's using our facility. But it is a public facility, it's open to everybody, so.
Okay, so let's end on a separate note. I know this is it's normally part of the commission, but it's listed here on the Parks and Rec Parks and Rec report, the National Night Out was really well attended. There was a lot of people. And I think I heard after like the first 15 minutes, all the ice cream vouchers were gone. So the kids were not too happy when we got there, but there was a lot of people. It was very hot, but it was very well attended and very well organized. So just like to kind of congratulate and thank everyone that was involved with that.
Got a lot of people saying the same thing.
There were a lot of people there for it. There was a lot. It's nice. I know Issa mentioned that they spent a lot of time planning it. So
Yeah.
it was well done. Okay, so that's Parks and Rec. Let's go on to police. Any questions or discussion points on the police report for this month?
Given a lot of tickets.
I have a quick question. So I think I misunderstood something and Chris corrected me. And I don't know why I misunderstood it, but I was of the understanding regarding this, when Chief Steele, who's now the chief, before he was the chief, stood here, and when I said, what could we do now to help? And he said, start a separate, add on a separate traffic force. And we're talking about that in the budget for fiscal 25, but we approved to find the money and get it done starting in fiscal 24. Months have gone by and it's not happened. And so I asked Chris what the latest on that was, and he said that there was, Chris, I don't want to speak for you. So Chris, why have we not started that? And why can we not start it now? We still have 2 months before the end of this fiscal year that we can, and here's my specific concern. School, if it's not back in session, it's back in session any second, and then our north-south routes become a freeway again. They are all the time anyway, who are we kidding? But during school season, they definitely are. So why has that not started, and is there anything we can do to get it started?
I apologize. I thought I've answered this in a commission meeting before. Maybe it was just a private
You
conversation.
may have, and I'm forgetting, so I'll follow my.
So the situation was, the commission did not set aside money for this. The commission said, find money for this. At the time, there was some money available in the police budget. What happened since that time is the officers that Chief Cabrera had lined up to do this decided they didn't want to do this. So we had to go out and find additional officers. In the meantime, we had the leadership change at the police department. The funds, the underspend or the extra money that we had in the police budget, we found was related to expenses that needed to be paid that had not been paid. So we do not have the extra funds in the police budget that we were looking at that point.
So we
That's
have the staff,
unfortunately
but not the money?
information that we didn't learn until
Okay.
we get through the process.
So if you said that before the meeting and I missed it, I apologize. So you're saying we have the officers, but we don't have the money?
Correct. At this point, we can get the officers. We don't have the
Okay.
money. That was the budget discussion
Okay.
with the traffic officer.
But we have money in other departments. We got an email recently that you congratulated everyone on minding their money really well this year, and we had a bunch of excess funds in other departments, and you do have the ability to move money from department to department with our authorization. Why not bring that to us and say, okay, guys, I heard you loud and clear. You want this to happen. The chief, the gentleman who is the chief now, stood here and said this would make a difference. We said, great, let's do it. And you found the officers, but you don't have the money. Why not come to us and say, guys, you wanted this? I don't have the money, but I have the money that I could pull from other places. We have another 2 months left in the year. It's school time. Let's get this thing started. So why not give us that option? Because I would approve that. If you show me in the budget unspent money, and I think there's money in almost every department we saw on that email. I don't have it here in front of me, but I want to say it was like over $100,000.
I'm wary about spending money from other departments towards the end of the year. And we are coming into the end of the fiscal year. We have August and September left. Simply because there are some expenses that are annual or even semi-annual that come towards the end of the fiscal, and we don't know yet what those are going to be. If the commission wants to set aside funds for this, we can certainly go back to finance and figure out where those funds, how much it would be, how much it might come to, and then bring it to the commission in September.
I wish it had been done before, Chris, because now if we approve it in September, we'll have it for a month, and we had this conversation 3-4 months ago, I want to say. So in my opinion, this should have been done like that. Felt to me like such an immediate priority that should have been done. We talked about traffic. We could not have been more clear about it. And months have gone by that we could have already been doing it. So if you bring it back to us in September, great, please do. But bring it back in September, then we'll roll it out for 3 weeks by the time it happens? And school season is starting. I'm really disappointed because I thought we were all really in very strong agreement about this topic. And the police chief stood there and gave us the solution. And I would have thought that that would have been done.
Chris, just a quick question. The money from the federal government that was due to us, have we received any of that money?
We have not. We're completely at their mercy.
Okay, and do we know when? We have no idea.
We have no idea.
So it could come tomorrow or it could come next year.
Correct.
They don't have to do it at a specific timing or nothing? There's no timing to this? No?
Not that I'm aware of. Shared funds, yeah.
There is not.
What do you, shared funds?
That's the official.
The forfeiture funds is what
Correct.
they're referring to. The federal government, both the Treasury and the Justice Department consider them, they call them shared funds because they're being shared among departments. They're proceeds from.
We still know what the total is. We just don't
You
know.
know, you should know what your share is.
Right,
In other words, if it's,
300 something, I think it was,
Right.
right?
but as far as when it gets distributed, that's,
So they can just hold it indefinitely is what you're trying to say?
they won't hold it indefinitely, but there's nothing generally, there's nothing in the agreements that says when they have to
Interesting.
provide it.
It's government.
Follow-up question for Brad. I'm sorry.
Because they're holding it, they also have reasons, to hold it to make sure that if it's as a result of depending on how it was obtained. So, if it was awarded by a court for a administrative forfeiture, they may want to hold it until all appeal is exhausted because they don't want to have to claw it back if an appellate court reverses it. If it's as conditions of a criminal plea, I mean, there's a lot of different conditions of how that money gets forfeited.
Brad,
Not using
question
that to
for you,
budget.
Following up to my earlier conversation with Chris about the traffic thing. If he brings it to us in September and he found the money and he has to find the money and we have to approve it, can that be done? Is that a resolution or does that require an ordinance to do that anyway?
Which money are we talking about?
If he found money if we move money from department to department, is that an ordinance or is that a resolution?
I believe it's by resolution. I believe, but I have
Can we confirm that? Because I don't want to waste Chris's time for him to come bring that to us and find out that by the
We're
time
going
we,
to do all of this for 1 month?
I'll confirm.
In 1 month, the new year starts, right?
in 1 month, how many traffic issues can they solve?
So if I can
If we're not
interrupt
spending
for just
money.
1 second here, if you look back at the police department stats, going back to April, there were 145 citations issued. Due to staffing and the changes in leadership, that dropped down to 54 and 24 for May and June. If you look back at now our stats for July, the number of citations issued was 175. Now, citations are not our goal. Our goal is contacts. But that's almost a tripling over the last month. So while we don't have those dedicated officers to traffic, the police department has ramped up their traffic efforts considerably. Just looking at the number of speed contacts or speed citations written, it was 28 back in April, and we've more than doubled that in July.
Are you saying we
So-
don't need this?
I'm saying that we have found additional ways to ramp up traffic enforcement without those 2 officers. The commission has said they want the additional officers, and so that's something that we still need to do. I just want to point out that we haven't been just sitting back and not doing anything because we didn't have the available funds.
It wasn't the commission that wanted it. So the new chief is the one
Exactly.
brought that to our attention and said that could have a big impact. But I think also to what your point is, when he was up here talking, that was under a previous administration.
Correct.
And I think that perhaps, and I don't know because, he had broke his leg and he's not here to talk to, but I don't know if he's changed. Maybe he's reconsidered. I don't know. Because I do see a tremendous difference in enforcement. I see it every day. People getting stopped and people being ticketed.
Art, I'm having a hard time hearing you because you're not facing me. and You're
Sorry.
not talking to the microphone.
Um,
I heard Joe was struggling,
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So,
but he did ask for them in his budget.
right. So, yeah, but again, that was under a previous administration. I don't know if things
hear you.
have changed. I don't know.
But in the current budget he just gave us, he asked for those 2 officers.
Yeah.
So clearly he's still asking for them.
Well, I don't know if he feels now that maybe that, we are pushing for it. I don't know. I haven't had.
Well, we'll find out if he
conversation
comes
with
to
him.
budget hearing tomorrow, but he did ask for them in the budget.
Chris, the staffing for these 2 additional officers, if we try to push to get this on board before the end of the fiscal, would that be additional hours to current officers or because what I would not like to do is say we move this forward and we get it done in the fiscal and then through our budget cuts, we don't budget for those 2 additional officers, which hopefully we do. I'm fully support of it. I don't want to give officers something just to take it away a month later. There has to be some commitment there. Is that, am I tracking right that if we?
Yeah, that was part of the discussion that I thought I remembered having with the commission. We need to have that commitment because we're not going to be bringing in outside sources or outside officers. We're either going to be increasing part-time office or part-time hours for our existing part-timers or bumping some of our reserves up to that part-time level to handle these extra positions. And I will say again, with looking strictly at the citations, we're back to a little more than we were in April. And it was back in April that it was decided that we needed additional enforcement. So that's why those positions are still needed. My point with doing that was just showing that, again, we're not sitting back. We are still taking action. We're trying to improve, but we're not saying we don't need those positions anymore because there is always additional hours.
We're back to
available.
the status quo is what we are. Look, all I'm saying is, and we'll move on, I'm expressing my frustration that we are all in unanimous agreement about something related to traffic in this village while we work on other things. There was one thing that we could check off the list that the chief supported. He didn't support it. He asked us for it. And we said, yes, go find the money. And it hasn't happened. April, May, June, July, 4 months. It'll be 5 months. It's like, we need to get things done faster than that, especially when there are things that, matters to public safety. It's just very frustrating to agree on something and we have the money to do it and the wherewithal, and we don't for 15 different reasons.
And Chris, I will say that the numbers look good. I see that we had a dip, the numbers are better, but numbers on a spreadsheet are not residents' feelings. And the
Oh,
residents
absolutely.
in mass and said that they want to see more done about traffic. And we've pushed an ILA, we've pushed new officers, but nothing's actually hit the roads yet.
Yep.
And until we see those things hitting the roads, I don't think the residents are going to be happy with what they're getting.
We, the 5 of us who run this place, I mean, he runs it, but you know what I mean? We've accomplished exactly 0 in traffic since that night when they came in here and barnstormed us and said, we demand you do something. And we had serious conversations about it, and we've gotten nothing done. We've moved forward on things, but we can't claim to have made a lick of difference.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, please just answer the Commissioner Kennedy's question.
Sure.
Well, I stand corrected. If you're going to move funds from one department to another, that has to be done by a budget amendment. Yep, I was incorrect.
Okay. Look, we already had the discussion with the chief, during budget amendment to move funds from one
Was
to
it a
another.
resolution or an ordinance?
That's, Brad, that's.
So if you're moving, the manager has the authority to move into money from
Okay.
one sub-object to another
Mhm.
within a single department. But if you're taking budgetary funds from one department, moving them to another, it's by amendment. That's by amended or amendment to the ordinance. It's an
So
amendment.
it is an ordinance.
It's an ordinance, so it's
ordinance.
readings, all that stuff, yes.
That was my question. So we
The point being.
and
is
we
that
can't get it done this fiscal year anyway, so let's not bother.
we've already talked to the chief during the last budget workshop, the first one. where
Another
he's-
reason to be frustrated.
We had 4 positions where he said he was going to work with the money we gave him to bring those traffic officers in. I hope that he will, I don't know what his medical condition is currently, but I don't know if we'll be revisiting that tomorrow night, but it was part of the discussion of what we agreed on. Do we have any other questions about the police report for this evening?
Oh, yeah, sorry, I had one more thing. Chris, the officers who, 2 different side of the road incidents, we had CPR and a fire with an ambulance. Are those officers going to be recognized in any way?
I would anticipate that they are. The chief has instituted a new commendation program where we can take officers or we can recognize that performance that goes above and beyond.
Okay. So there's no further questions about police. Let's go ahead. There's no public works this evening. So we'll go to the village clerk. Madam Clerk, do you have anything for us this evening?
Only that qualifying started today.
Okay.
So qualifying for the November 5th election runs from today until the 24th. All set. They're online. They are on the website. What else do you want me to do? What else? When you say proactive outreach, what else? No, only because I get people coming in Village Hall on a regular asking questions about the election.
I'm sorry, it's not the same as the community reaching out to residents and saying, there's an election, here's a deadline to register to vote, and here's a link so you can register to vote. Here's how you change your party affiliation. Here's how early voting will work. Here's when election day is in Village Hall. We are electing 3 commissioners, and here's the process, and ba, 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 ba. It's reaching out and informing our residents and hugging them into the process. I have taken a giant step back, kind of not being the guy to do that all the time. But, you know, people don't know what's going on. There's an election and they don't know. They don't know. They're coming up and asking me, so what's going on? What's going on here? I'm like, yeah, we're electing commissioners. And Pamela, I have a request. I don't know if I'm allowed to make a request of you, but I don't have a request. I have a request to the universe, and Chris can decide if you're allowed to do it or not. I would appreciate submission deadlines for all the commission meetings for the rest of the year. And next year when we set our calendar, if it could be a calendar of dates and here's the deadline to get things in. So I don't always have to ask. I'm bugging the crap out of you guys. What's the deadline to get things onto the agenda? I don't want to miss a deadline. So if we know what they're going to be, if you could send them out to me or all of us, that would be great.
Yeah, the commission changed the deadline. So I think this is our 2nd month in the new system. And I send them out monthly until we get everything scheduled. So you'll have to give me a little bit of leeway on that because we're still trying to figure out what that process looks like.
September, October, November, December. There's 4 months left. Like if I could just have 4 deadlines for submission, that would be great.
I know some of the election deadlines, Pamela, are under notice of elections on the website. So like the standard one is there, but they do have them set out. So maybe just grabbing those, making them, because I had to click through like 4 things to get to it. So making it more readily available couldn't hurt.
And available is very different than here.
Presenting, sure.
Presenting.
Yes, that's exactly what our app is for. Okay. Are there any other questions on the clerk's report? All right. And I moved off my agenda. Yep, on to the manager's report. So, Mr. Manager, floor is yours.
Before I get to my report, I will invite Alejandro from Kimley Horn. He has a presentation for us, just kind of a status update, preliminary report on the vulnerability assessment. This is not the official final, that's still coming, but I'll turn the floor over.
Thank you. Just give me 1 second to bring up the presentation. So thank you for having me here today. My name is Alejandro Toral, and this is my partner Giselle Gutierrez with Kimley Horn and Associates, and we're here to present to you the Village of Biscayne Park Vulnerability Assessment. This is a project that we've been working on over the past 10 months in coordination with village staff, as well as some of the commissioners that have attended the public outreach meetings. And we'll go ahead and get right into the summary of the vulnerability assessment, what we've done till now, some of the results, and what to expect. So a little bit on the introduction here. This is a project that has been collaboratively funded with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection Resilient Florida Grant Program. This project is the first step in future grant funding, opening up opportunities for future grant funding of resiliency projects within the village. In this, you'll see some of the focus areas that we've developed in coordination with village staff, as well as the steering committee consisting of the mayor, and we'll get into some of the more details further along in the slides. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Giselle, which is going to talk a little bit about the project objectives and the steps and the tasks that we've done so far.
Okay, so, oh, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes,
Um,
thank you.
Perfect. So the goal of this project is to conduct a vulnerability assessment that identifies flood risks associated to different flood scenarios related to rainfall-induced flooding, storm surge, and sea level rise within the village of Biscayne Park. We did this by analyzing and collecting available data and identifying the flood depth in each of these scenarios in current and in future conditions, then evaluating the severity of flooding within each scenario, and then going ahead and assigning a risk level to critical assets that are owned or maintained by the village. And then finally identifying the focus areas that we see are consistently vulnerable in these scenarios. We did this through a series of tasks, which are summarized here. The first was collecting data and reviewing it and analyzing any potential data gaps and rectifying them. The second was the exposure analysis, where we mapped out each flood scenario and identified which critical assets are impacted. Then we did a public outreach meeting where we got public input on where they're seeing flooding and which critical asset we should consider, as well as presenting them the overall objectives of this VA. Then we went on to the sensitivity analysis task, which is assigning a risk level to each critical asset. And then we did another public outreach meeting to present our findings from both of these tasks. Then we identified focus areas, which Alejandro will go into. And then finally, we're working on wrapping up the final VA report, which summarizes our findings through all of these tasks. Now for the data, oh, there we go. Now for the data collection phase, there's 3 categories of data. So the first is topographic data. We downloaded elevation information for the whole village. And then we downloaded data that's relevant to each flood scenario. So we collected rainfall values for the 100-year and 500-year 24-hour rainfall event, as well as sea level rise projections and storm surge data. We then made an inventory of critical assets that are owned or maintained by the village, and these categories are defined by FDEP. So the first is transportation assets. This includes major roads or bridges, critical infrastructure such as disaster debris management sites, village-owned buildings such as community centers or law enforcement facilities, and then emergency facilities.
So going into the public outreach meetings, we had 2 public outreach meetings where we not only disseminated the information based on the VA at that point, but also collecting input from the public as to where they're seeing some of the flooding and what essentially would they like to move forward as far as the direction of the project. The feedback, you know, we got some input from a lot of residents. Chris helped facilitate gathering input using the Biscayne Park app, where essentially we're able to map that and put it on an overlay of some of the results that we got as part of the exposure analysis. This is a map showing all the flooding complaints that we were able to receive as part of the first and second public outreach meeting. You'll see that some of these hotspots line up with some topographic low areas throughout the village, and I'll show that on the following slide. And essentially what you'll see here is just a basic topographic map of the village itself. A lot of these complaints line up with low areas in the village. If this is the first time that you see a topographic map, the way that you read this is the blue colors are generally the lowest within the village. As you start going up, you ramp up from green to red to white. The whites are essentially the high points. And some topographic features here that we identified are those ridges on the east and west side of the village that either generate runoff or contain runoff that is coming from upstream. And then we move into the exposure analysis. So once we collect all the data, you know, the topographic information, and we vetted that information, look for any gaps in the topographic maps, collected all the critical assets, we go ahead and start running the exposure analysis. So this is essentially where we start modeling the different scenarios. In this case, we ran 15 different scenarios ranging from rainfall, sea level rise, storm surge, and a combination of those. The planning scenarios that we're looking at for sea level rise are for 2040 and 2070. These all align with the South Florida Climate Compact. And once we do that, we'll go ahead and generate, as part of the final deliverable, what you'll see is that we'll generate maps showing the critical assets overlaid each floodplain. So for example, in this case, we're showing the 100-year storm surge event. And if I move forward, you'll see some of the other storm events that we've modeled. So in this case, we have the 100-year 24-hour event, and just to give a bit of clarity on what this looks like, the 100-year event is typically about a 15-inch precipitation, and what you'll see, the darker areas are the areas where it would pool the most. So the lighter areas are less ponding. The dark blue are more inundation as a result of that storm event. And this is the 500-year storm event. Going back, one thing to also note, the 100-year storm event, the likelihood of a 100-year storm event affecting the village is about a 1% chance in any given year, while the 500 year is a 0.2% chance in any given year. So it does seem like there is a lot of ponding, and a lot of that is as a result of the low topographic grades throughout the village. But the likelihood of these scenarios happening are very low throughout the year. We are seeing some storm intensification, as we had a 1,000-year storm in Fort Lauderdale not too long ago. I know in June you guys had what is close to a 25-year storm event. So it's not out of the cards yet.
Sorry, just to understand. So when you say 500, 1,000, so these are very specific sort of rainfalls that happen once in a blue moon, not necessarily one every 500 years. But are you saying that is the accumulation of all these years? I'm not understanding.
It's essentially a statistical analysis that, based on the precipitation depth over years, that they tell you it's usually run by NOAA, and they give you a certain statistical analysis on the gauge data. And what they're saying basically that in a given year, there's a potential that you'll have a 100-year storm, a 1% chance. And in that 1% chance, there's this much precipitation, which for the 100-year is about 15 inches.
So it's the category's name is 100-year, 500-year. That's what it is. And it's
Correct.
just the amount of rainfall that falls within 24
Correct.
hours.
It's based on a statistical analysis of gauge data over, whatever of the history that NOAA has been able to find. So this is the.
So this picture specifically is very extreme.
It is.
It's
very extreme.
0.2%, you said, opportunity to ever happening here in the
Correct.
next, what, do we have a time frame?
No, there is no time frame.
So it could happen, but it's very minimal,
Very unlikely.
very unlikely
But
that
it
that
does
would.
happen. Like I said, we had a 1,000-year storm in Fort Lauderdale.
Yeah.
You've seen the pictures from the Fort Lauderdale airport. It was
Devastating,
all
yes.
completely underwater. So it's not, and to be able to design improvements to be able to minimize the impacts for 500, it's just not feasible. But it's something that you should be aware of, to be able to either fortify or put in place resiliency projects that will help alleviate some of the stressors. Basically. And something to also consider is that this does look pretty drastic, but we do not take into account any of the existing stormwater facilities that the village has. So anything related to exfiltration trenches or drainage wells or pipes that convey water to the canal, those aren't accounted for in the study. This study is a very high level, high scale study where we look at, these different scenarios and the impacts based on the topography within the village itself. So it's a very high level analysis.
Okay.
So once we finish with the exposure analysis, we go ahead and get into the sensitivity analysis. This is where we look at each critical asset and determine their critical elevations and the amount of ponding for each one of them. So we assign, based on a scale of low, medium, or high, how much each of these assets are being impacted by the different design storms. Now, again, these are 15 different design storms. ranging from the rainfall events, starting at the left, the rainfall events, the sea level rise events, the storm surge events, and then we get into some of the compounding events, which we're looking at what rainfall looks like, in 2040 or 27.
Is there a specific reason why these asset names are just this ones?
No, this is just for the slide. If I were to put all the assets, we wouldn't be able to fit.
Okay,
But
but
the final report, the final VA will have beyond the transportation. It would have all the different categories. So this is just an example of what the final vulnerability assessment will have. And then we go ahead and put the tables, essentially we transpose them onto maps where we have all of the critical assets labeled. And again, we have them based on a scale with each of the critical assets for the different design storms or scenarios. This is for the 100-year 24-hour storm event. And then this is the 500-year 24-hour storm. After the sensitivity analysis, we go into the identification of focus areas. This is essentially where we start looking at areas within the village that would benefit from implementation projects. Essentially areas that we need to focus on because there's repeated flooding as a result of the modeling that we've done. And here we have a snippet of one of our previous projects with the city of North Miami Beach. In this case, it's fairly easy to identify those focus areas or those hotspots based on the flooding. They're fairly obvious where they're occurring. For what we did with the Biscayne Park in coordination with the steering committee, we looked at what critical assets were most impacted. Based on that, we identified focus area. We made 5 different focus areas. Number 1 being the highest priority, being that there were the most amount of critical assets within that focus area that were being impacted. And then we also took a look at a lot of the flooding complaints and how those flooding complaints lined up with the results in our exposure and sensitivity analysis. We did also look at the projects that have been completed, the drainage improvement projects that have been completed to date and are in the works, and have also been nestled within the focus areas that we developed. After that, we go ahead and develop the final vulnerability assessment. This basically takes into account everything that we've talked to thus far, including the outreach meetings, and we put it into a final package to be delivered to FDEP before the end of the month and for final acceptance. And with that, I'll just leave it with any questions that you guys may have that.
I have a couple. So what I'm trying to understand what part of the data that you collect in percentage, how important it is to hear from our residents. And did you get the amount of data minimum required to do so?
I think we got more than we were expecting, to be honest. Thanks to the mayor and MAC for facilitating the discussions at the public outreach meetings, as well as Chris, who went above and beyond to gather the information and send app requests to people to be able to get those flooding complaints mapped. So we did get a lot of information with respect to the public. And a lot of input. We also do have a steering committee that we have met with multiple times throughout the duration of the project to kind of give us some direction as to how we should be aligning those focus areas and what areas we need to look more intensely at.
I asked that question, I think at the second study, and you said from the first one, we were like statistically well ahead of what you needed at that point. You were kind of impressed.
Definitely. Yeah, we've gotten more feedback than we have on other vulnerability assessments with larger communities.
And so what is the next step of us having this data? How does it, how do we use this as next to create a solution?
Well,
where we are
we need to submit the
big
fund-
question.
Yeah.
You're not going to have the answer for
Yeah.
specifically how to fix it, but I'm wondering with this, what's next?
Yeah, so this is a planning document. We've identified those focus areas that either Chris or Public Works Department are going to use to be able to develop those implementation projects. Those implementation projects could take, many forms. They could be standalone drainage improvement projects. You guys could be fortifying a lot of your critical assets. it could take a lot of forms. But what the benefit of this vulnerability assessment is that it's not only a tool in the sense that we're identifying those focus areas, but also giving you the opportunity to ask for future grant funding of those implementation projects.
So part of it, we already started with all the drainage work that we've done, and I know this year we didn't get all the funding we were hoping for. So you said those are not being considered for the study, none of the current existing drainage.
For the exposure analysis, for the modeling purposes, no, but we did as part of the identification of focus areas when we met with the steering committee. We did look at, okay, where are those? And actually, we have a figure over here where we mapped out all of the projects.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Just very quickly, when it goes to final submission on the 30th, I think?
Yeah, before the final vulnerability assessment is going to be submitted before the end of the month, and then it takes them about a month to review and provide comments. So
You got it, that's what I wanted.
September is the final acceptance.
Okay, that's what I was hoping to know, when we would get the feedback or the approval, so we could have it ready to deploy when it comes to applying for certain grants and funding and everything.
Definitely.
I mean, it looks very good. I know you all did a lot of work in putting this together for us, and I know the residents really came out and added a lot to it. So I'm glad to hear that you had a lot of really good feedback, and it looks like it came out as planned. So thank you.
Awesome. Anybody else?
I don't think so.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Very much. Okay, Chris, so that was the first part of your report. Was there anything else you want to bring to our attention as part of your report this month?
Just a couple of quick things. The vacuum truck topic has come up a few times. So what we learned is, at one point, we did have standby contracts for vac trucks. We still haven't been able to find those contracts. I'm working with those particular vendors to get those contracts. What we do know, or what I have been able to find out, is just having a standby truck, and the mayor has also worked on this, just having that contract to stand by is between $10,000 and $20,000. That's not taking into account the actual expenses for when they actually deploy. So what we're looking for right now is essentially providers, vac truck providers that can be called out, that we don't have to have that standby contract for.
So you said that ones that can be called out where we don't need a contract in place.
Correct. Correct.
Okay.
It's strictly on an as-needed basis.
Okay.
The two other topics that were requested, or more information was requested, was the B House. That hearing is going in front of the County Unsafe Structures Board in September. As soon as we have that date and information, we'll forward that on to the commission. I know there's been some talk about officials from Biscayne Park being at that meeting. I'll be there myself to represent the village's interests, but anybody from the village is welcome to attend that. And then the last question that I had was on the ILA, local agreement. We had sent that up to the county, 2 different addresses in the county several weeks ago. They reached out to us last week asking us where the proposal was. We let them know that we did send it. We gave them the 2 addresses that we sent it to, and then we scanned and emailed it to them so they have it. So between the 2 that we've mailed and the scanned and emailed version, we're hoping to get this buttoned up. Absolutely.
There is one, they did come back with one comment, asking us about the raised crosswalks. And it indicated that if the village is interested in potentially implementing raised crosswalks, we have to come up with a design plan for it and attach it to the ILA before it'll be approved. If it's something that we're not looking to use, then we would have to remove it from the agreement. So if you remember, when we did the ILA, we listed all the possible different traffic calming devices or measures that we could use. There were a couple of them that we put in originally that they had that were kind of overkill. We just didn't want to leave anything out. And they wanted design studies. They wanted an actual design plan for it. So we decided to remove them because they were things that really weren't practical for the village anyway, like traffic circles and things of that nature. The roads aren't big enough to do it. So we had presented them with a draft, which they had accepted. You all had approved the draft that they had informally accepted. And now, after the manager emailed them the approved ILA with regards to one of the devices or mechanisms that we picked was a raised crosswalk. And they indicated that if we're interested in using the raised crosswalk, we'll have to add a spec design for it, which I believe I can pull off the DOT manual and add it. If we don't, then we need to remove that from the ILA.
Okay, I'm sorry, I just want to repeat what I heard. First of all, a comment about something you said earlier. We do have streets that absolutely have room for roundabouts. There are roundabouts in North Miami and some of our avenues where our roads are as wide. When we saw the ILA, this is the first I think I'm understanding this. There were 4 things left in there that we could do in the ILA, the raised sidewalks, da, da, da. I thought those were the only things that we were allowed to keep in there. I didn't know the other things were even options. If I had heard then that roundabouts were an option for us to keep in there, I would have voted to try to keep them in there because we absolutely do have, in 10th certainly can, 9th Avenue can support them, so can 8th. And I know this to be true because the same streets in North Miami have roundabouts.
We
Oh,
can certainly add roundabouts back in. We'll have to.
doesn't mean we're obligating ourselves to doing them. It just means that it's on the menu.
We have to come up with spec designs.
So that was my other question. You said you could find spec designs for the raised walkways. Could you do that for both? And
I have to look and see.
okay,
I had the very similar,
I can't hear you, Vero.
so I had a very similar question in terms of, I don't remember us taking some stuff out, but that might
No,
be
it was presented to us with these are the 4 things we're keeping in.
correct.
yeah.
So at what point the draft got suggested these things as this is, so I'm trying to understand how did the process go from the draft to selecting which things are in?
You all did that during discussions.
Okay, that's why I don't remember us having the discussion of removing stuff. But that,
Did we have that discussion and we talked about what to keep and what to take out? I don't recall doing that.
We had a,
It was presented to us with these are the 4 that you can do.
we used a draft that was provided to us by the county. I think it was Miami Gardens. I don't remember what the jurisdiction was. And it had various different mechanisms that we could use. Some of them were taken out at the direction of the county because the onus on the village to implement them would have been something that you would never have been able to financially do. Others were left in, and from my memory, I'd have to go back, but my memory is during discussions, some of them were directed to be removed because we didn't have the information that was required, that the county was going to require to put it in.
I don't recall that. Could be. But if you're going to find, so the little hiccup right now, you're saying, Brad, is that you need a spec design for the race, and that could be as easy as something you just pluck offline and use.
I was gonna, yeah, same thing.
One of the things we had,
So if we could do that and keep, and we're not obligating ourselves to roundabouts, if we could do it, because and I hate to go back and ask something I asked 3 months ago. If we say, here's our list of things that we will do ourselves, if we can, let's just say a raised sidewalk. It doesn't mean we can't also ask the county to do it, because we could still ask them to do it if it's outside of our financial ability.
you can ask, they might, their response is probably going to be, you have an ILA
Yeah.
that you're going to do
It
it.
doesn't mean you can't ask. Okay. So what do you guys think about putting roundabouts back in?
Well, I'm just looking at the email that we got. So we had in there raised crosswalk, among other things, but we had in there raised crosswalks and street murals is what it was.
Yeah.
And so they said, if you're adding raised crosswalks, they need to be added to the agreement, which we did, and the design standards should be added. The only way if I can't get them out of the DOT manual, I have no other way of getting them except
No.
from an engineer.
Where did we see design standards for something else that was on there? Because I remember there
We
being.
had 'em- we took them out of the DOT manual.
Okay.
And then, with regards to street murals, it says if that's something that, if, let's see. If we want street murals, that's something that needs to be evaluated and discussed depending on what these city is intending to install. So I don't know, you all familiar with the street murals and what the
I remember
so
the discussion.
Essentially what it is you paint either a color spectrum or a landscape or something on the roadway at an intersection. And what the logic behind it is that will slow people down as they're driving over it. I don't understand the science behind it, but that's the theory behind it. So if we want to add that back, if we want to keep that in, then it's saying that needs to be evaluated and discussed. So we'd have to go back and discuss that with the county.
I just Googled.
And they want it,
design
and they want a description of what we intend to install, which at this point, we don't know what we intend to install. So we don't hold this up any further with regards to the street murals. I would suggest we don't push that because, and we can always come back if you do a study and somebody suggests street murals, we can always go back to the county and say, hey, look, we're considering doing street murals now. We'd like to amend the ILA and go through the process because otherwise it's going to bog it down even further.
I just Googled FDOT design standards, raised intersections, and I don't know.
Not raised
Again,
intersections, it's raised crosswalks. We
it's on
had
the-
the,
It's on the same one.
yeah, we had the design standard for a raised intersection. That was incorporated into the agreement. This is
Raised
for a raised,
crosswalks is on here too.
raised cross. So we can cut and paste it and put it in and send it back to them.
I'll send you the link right now where I just saw it.
So as far as raised crosswalks and the traffic circles go, if we can pull the specs for it and include them from a source that we're already using, I think that it makes sense. If they're telling us if we want to do street murals and they need a design for it, or they need an intention of what we're doing and where, it doesn't seem like we're prepared to do that at this
No,
point. So
we're
we
not.
have to remove it.
Okay,
But at least we'll salvage the other two.
we can do that. We'll pull it up and add those in if I can.
On a positive note, Public Works painted the slow signs around the park.
Nice.
So we're moving the needle, all right? Okay. I have a quick question about the vacuum trucks. I know that I shared that information with you, Chris, that I spoke to Mario about the vac trucks, and he gave me the resolution, which is resolution 2021-11, when we agreed to piggyback with Bell Harbor on the vacuum truck scenario. All of the names of the vendors are there and whatnot. But my question is, have we tried to piggyback with Bell Harbor or with any other city as far as the vacuum situation is concerned?
That is one of the things that I'm looking at. Like I said, the challenge is there's a difference between having a contracted standby vehicle. So that vehicle is dedicated to come anytime there's a storm, if we choose to call it. That's the expensive part. That's the $10,000 to $15,000 a year. So I'm looking for those contracts to piggyback on that don't have that standby fee in there.
Yeah, because I remember, you probably remember, Mac, I don't know, those vacuum trucks were used quite frequently after we agreed to this,
I don't know if it was quite, they were used.
I
and
saw
they
them.
helped.
Yeah, yeah.
They absolutely worked and they helped.
Yeah, and there were several of them at one point in the village. So,
Several occasions, there were several in the village at a time.
yeah.
Yeah.
So, I think it's really important that we really focus our attention on this as far as, trying to figure out the best way to move forward with this. Obviously, we don't want to spend $15,000, $20,000. But I think it's critical that we have this service in our village. Especially there's a few little areas in this village that really get banged really bad. And we need to, and we don't have an area to vacuum the water utilizing our current pump situation because there's nowhere to pump it to. So we need to have some kind of something, an answer, at least try something. So this is critical, so I'm asking you to really focus on trying to find a way to get this vacuum truck situation figured out.
And I have a
Absolutely.
follow-up.
Just to reply to the other thing that we're looking at, and Brad, correct me if I'm wrong, If we're on a piggyback, whether or not FEMA would reimburse is questionable. Did I hear that from you?
Sometimes they will not reimburse for a piggyback contract, yes.
So that's the other thing that we're trying to make sure we don't do anything that will prohibit us from collecting FEMA dollars if it's possible. But yeah, I hear you loud and clear, and we'll focus on this.
Well, yes, please mind the money, but when water's up in someone's home, we got a deal. So Chris, I have a question for you. I want to make sure I understood what you said. $10,000 to $15,000 annually, that's just to be on call, like they really are ours if we need them. Is that fee applied to a service, or is that just money you pay just to have them on call and then you still pay when they come, or is that applied to the bills as they roll in?
No, that's just to have them on call.
Okay, but that's not what our contracts were with those other companies that we had before. Okay. And you're certain that that is I'm not questioning you. I just want to make sure we're really certain. Are you really certain that they don't apply to bills as they roll in, that it really is a standalone fee? Or do you think so? Because if you think so, maybe we should look into that and see if it really applies to the bills.
I haven't presented a solution to the commission yet because I'm not certain of anything. I've done a little bit of research, and I haven't done a research on everything that I possibly need to research to be able to have an answer to that question.
Okay, so
Based on the information that I have so far, that is the answer.
well, that's why I asked, Chris, and not to be argumentative, but you just said two different things in two different sentences. You emphatically stated it's not applied to bills as they roll in. And then in the next breath, when I questioned you again, you said, I'm not certain. If you're not certain, just say so and say, you know what? I don't know. And that's a good question. And I'll find out, and you'll see it on the next report. That's all we want.
And that's why I just said I'm still in the process of researching. I don't have.
But
enough
before that,
information.
Chris, you said, no, it does not apply. It's just a flat fee.
Based on the information I have so far, no, it does not apply.
You're dancing your way out of a thing, Chris. You know exactly what I'm saying here. Just give us the information when you're clear on it. Okay, my other question about the vac trucks is, did those contracts have an expiration date on them? Are they done? Ones that we had in that resolution, those contracts.
We'd have to find the contracts to see.
So, and without okay, and Chris, did you ask the vendors how embarrassing to have to ask a vendor for a copy of the contract because we can't find it? Did we ask the vendor for the contracts and they don't have them, or they haven't produced them yet?
I don't have the information on that. I'm still working on that for you.
Did you request it from them, though? You don't know if you requested it?
I've requested from a couple. I haven't received anything. I don't have that full information for you, so I can't make
Okay.
a definitive statement.
I hear you loud and clear. Okay. It's pretty embarrassing that we can't find a copy of our own contract. I just don't understand. Christ, I have a filing cabinet at home. At least I know it's in that filing cabinet. If it's not organized, I dig through one by one and find it. If those contracts, if and when we get those contracts, Art, did you ask Mario if he knows where the contracts are? Or if he has a copy of them on his computer? Sometimes he may have saved PDFs of everything.
Oh, but we have, in the resolution are the names of the three companies that we contracted with, and I'm sure, I don't know if they'll provide a I'm sure.
Well, he's saying he's contacted some of them and hasn't heard back.
I spoke to one of them, Shenandoah Construction. They did not have a copy.
They don't have a copy of the contract either.
They didn't have a copy.
Life in
Don't know why, but
Florida.
he said that it's not, he said, the last time we came out was, I think, early 2022. That's just if memory serves. And I said, do you have a copy of it? He said, no. And I said, so can we get back into a contract with you? And he said, it's going to be very expensive to do that. I think his recommendation was you probably shouldn't.
Probably should or should not.
Should not, because it was going to be very expensive to us to do it alone, which is why I think it was piggybacked off of. Bell
Yeah,
Harbor.
yeah, but it was a piggyback contract. that's
Right,
what I'm
right,
saying.
right.
But if that piggyback contract has not expired, or sometimes very often those contracts have automatic renewals in them unless you cancel it, we could be right now sitting with a contract for vac trucks that we don't even, aren't even aware of, that we could call them today and say, get here and pump our water.
It was his impression that it had expired, but again, he didn't have a copy
Okay,
of it.
People's feelings and impressions and da.
If he
I
doesn't
wanna
have a
see-
copy, I agree with you.
Let's say a
I can't bel-
contract.
I can't believe that the vendor doesn't, have it somewhere too, but, again, it was his
I
impression.
can understand that the vendor might not want to produce it if it doesn't work in their favor now, like,
Yeah.
we would now charge them a whole lot more. We want them to sign their own direct contract.
Right.
I can understand they wouldn't want to produce the contract very enthusiastically.
Yeah, that was of the three vendors, Shenandoah, which the one you called,
Mm.
was the third ranked proposer. So I don't even know if we used them, to be quite honest with
He said he had a work order
you. Yeah.
for early 2022.
So probably better off trying to contact the number one ranked one and then the number two and.
Who are they, Art? What are the names of these companies?
So the first ranked was National Water Main Cleaning,
Is this a copy of the resolution you're looking at?
the
Can we all get a copy of that, please?
Oh, you can just Google it if you want. It's resolution Biscayne Park. You can just Google Biscayne Park Resolution 2021-11. It's there.
Maybe they'll get 5 phone calls tomorrow.
Yeah, there's Enviro Waste Services Group.
That's the one I remember. That's the one.
National Water Main, and then Shenandoah is the last of the third ranked one. I don't even know if Shenandoah ever came out of it.
He wasn't very clear on that, other than there was an order. He didn't say even very definitively that it was, that
But
they actually came
if
out.
we're piggybacking on another city's, would that city have the contract and then we contract with the city?
So the reason, the purpose, the way a piggyback works, sorry. No, the way a piggyback works is it's a procurement process. So generally, if you're going to procure a service, you'd have to go out for bids and put out an RFP and all those things, especially because of the price of this, what this contract would be. So what your code allows you to do as an as an alternative to putting out to bids, if another government agency, it doesn't even necessarily have to be in the state of Florida, has competitively bidded the service or the product, whatever it might be, and under your code, if that process is substantially similar to the village's procurement process, then you can quote unquote piggyback on the contract. So what you are doing then is you're using their procurement process to enter into an agreement with that vendor.
But not under the same
Yes.
terms necessarily.
Well, you have to, well, generally, yes, you have to use primarily the same terms. You can tweak them a little bit, but generally they're the same terms.
Be a good starting place to get a copy of the contract. It was Bal Harbor? It was Bal Harbor?
Harbor, yeah.
Wouldn't hurt to get a copy of the Bal Harbor. At least it's a starting point. Seems that we should chase this information. But I think we all agree that vac trucks are something that are important
Agreed.
and that the solution is out there. It's like right outside of our grasp and we just need to lean into it a little bit.
It's close.
Yeah.
Okay,
I have a couple.
Sure.
on that report. I thought we'd agreed, Chris, you would share it in Excel. It would really be helpful if you could every month with the agenda.
Absolutely.
Right, but that's what you said last time. I'm sorry, I have to jump in, but she asked last time and then I said I would like it on Excel as well. And you said yes, that a month ago. And then this time we didn't get it on Excel, which is why Vera's asking again.
The last 2 times I sent it out as a separate attachment in an email to the commission because we can't do an Excel spreadsheet on Granicus. That functionality does not exist. This time around, because of the time frame between the last, or with everything going on with the budget and the last meeting and the quick turnaround, I simply missed that step. I am so sorry, but we'll make sure we do that moving forward for you.
Okay, so the reason I'm asking is just, I see your hiding columns, right? So you have July, August. So if I can spread that up, I can understand when it says no update, where is it coming from? There's a lot of no update, and I'm sure there has an initial portion of it somewhere, maybe in July, or, I'm sorry, not July, because this is what we see June or before. So that would be helpful. One thing I didn't see here was the potential crosswalk that we were in discussions with the county for 107th and 9th, and I don't know where that's stood. At the last portion was that they were here, they were taking.
Vera, I'm having a hard time understanding you.
Sorry, I was asking about the crosswalk of 107th and 9th. If you remember, we had the county come and agree to sort of sponsor that
I
crosswalk.
have that on my report and I can share good news with you.
Please.
I had a Zoom with Mickey Steinberg last week and she got $150,000 approved for that project.
Yes. Okay, that is fantastic. So I didn't see it here. That's again, why I was asking, but I am very happy to hear that. Very happy. And then the other part was related to the flooding. So we heard from the vulnerability study. You suggested something about feedback to be provided and putting the information together. Was it something, sort of all that was graphed during the storm, given to be included in the data collection that was presented today? Or was that any of the additional work that code was doing on trying to get some preliminary information for the county? Did that help in any way, the process of the vulnerability study?
The June storm was prior to the cutoff date for feedback. The cutoff date for feedback was, I believe it was the second week of July, if I remember correctly. So all that information was provided to Kimley Horn for their vulnerability
So
assessment.
everything was used?
Yes.
Okay. All right. That's it.
Okay. Any other questions on the manager's report before we move on?
I have a couple of things.
Okay.
Last month, I ask every month, the app. I'm very enthusiastic about the app because I hear enthusiasm from residents about the app. How many registered users do we have now? We had 76 last month.
We are up to 99.
99, excellent. So we are moving it up. Any plans to promote that? To get it to pick up faster?
That was the discussion that we had during the last budget meeting. I'm not able to create a marketing plan for that. So by all means, I'm looking for your feedback as to what you would like done, or we should hire out a consultant to help us with that marketing.
So you would welcome ideas?
That's what I just said, yes.
I'll provide some to you. In your report, there's a section there about you're investigating the possibility of paid parking at the rec center. Is that something that we discussed before? Because I don't recall ever hearing that, and it kind of jumped up and pinched me in the nose. Did we ever discuss that, guys? Did any of you discuss it?
That again?
Paid, converting some or all of the parking at the rec center to paid parking. It's in Chris's report. I had not seen it on the report before. Actually, a resident brought it to my attention and I went there to look for it and I was like, what is that? So is that something you are, I mean, you put it in your report, so clearly you think it has some kind of legs. Is that something you're planning to come present to us?
Was that
And
part of the master plan over there?
No, we had talked about, fixing all the parking over there. And during that entire conversation, there was never a conversation in all of that master plan about any of it being paid parking. It was all free parking. So is that something you're thinking about bringing to us, Chris?
I have no information on that. I have no idea if it has legs or not. That's a option for additional revenue. If at some point that's something we decide to do, I need to have the information to be able to present that to the commission.
Okay. Well, I'm asking because it's on your report, Chris. So I'm just
Right.
assuming.
And I'm saying I have no information on that at this point.
Okay. The rec center was funded a number of years ago. We have some people here who were very involved then. State money was used for that facility. And it was my understanding from a previous manager that it rather restricted our usage of the building and doing certain things to it. And I wonder if that might be one of the restrictions, is that you can't put paid parking. I don't know, just thinking out loud here. At any rate, if you bring that to us, that'll be an interesting conversation. I would, the idea of charging residents or even outsiders to park at our rec center facility doesn't feel like a Biscayne Park huggy kind of a thing to me. So I might be a hard sell on that one. Your emergency EOC worked very nicely the first time out. I think some of the communications could be fine-tuned a little bit. There was something on there about sandbags and it didn't say what day they were going to be available, but it worked and I was happy to see that on there, and I get all the updates through the app and the emails, and I'm getting it from all directions. So that's a very good thing, because like you guys have all heard me say for years, we need an all of the above communication plan. We talked about back trucks. Okay, Miami-Dade County, working in the village without our notice. I know you sent an email to us, Chris, and Art, I'm glad you are the one who caught that sign on Griffin, just like, coming soon, a construction project near you. Because residents along that street had not been notified. Even residents who had complained and may have been the impetus to the whole thing weren't even notified it was going on. and Commissioner Steinberg's office, I don't think was even aware of it themselves. So, yeah, so it sounds like the county needs a communication plan too within themselves and with other municipalities as well. But this is not the first, second, I think it's like the third time that I'm aware of that the county has come into our municipality and done work on their road, as is their responsibility, you know. But it'd be nice if they informed us what was going on. So I'm glad that you're, I talked to the commissioner about it, and she's gonna look into how that all kind of fell apart. But she also indicated to me that she didn't think it was gonna happen right away, and now we find out it's gonna happen right away.
Yeah, and the funny part is that they took the signs down. They took all the signs down, like, okay, well, man, and I communicated to Chris and I said, hey, so the project is not happening now because they took all the signs down. And he's like, oh, let me find out. And he couldn't get an answer from them. And then finally, I guess they're starting, right? They are going to start.
We had a representative stop by the village hall the other day, I don't remember which day, and said, yeah, they're starting.
Just like that.
So I haven't looked at it closely. Chris, are they, is it all the work in the street or also in the swales? Is it impacting anyone's private property, driveways or anything? Or is this
No
all-
information on that.
You really don't even know? Oh. And it is just a retaining, it's just a French drain, right? Yeah, that's all it can be.
I have no information on that.
That's all, those are my only questions for Chris.
Okay. Any other questions on the manager's report before we move on? No, hearing none. Okay. Anything on boards before we go to the commission report?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I have one thing on boards.
Okay.
Chris, our last Parks and Parkways meeting, it seemed like a miscommunication happened between the board members and City Hall. Can you explain what happened and how can we prevent that from happening again? Because these boards are vitally important to getting village business done.
That's a great question. So we had multiple people who thought multiple different people were the chair. Trying to figure out who is running the organization or running that particular board has been a significant challenge. The chair or the person who identified as the chair said that there isn't a quorum, so we announced there wasn't a quorum. Then somebody else who wasn't the chair said, why is there not a quorum? We explained the chair said there was a quorum or it wasn't going to be a quorum. So there's confusion on the board itself as to who's running things. So one of the things that I was actually just chatting with the clerk about today is that board needs to meet, I think 22nd is their next day, and they need to pick their leader. So that we have that one
Oh,
person who's
no.
able to make the decision. We need somebody that's gonna be responsible for the agendas and the minutes and everything else so that we
I'm
can
the
get that
liaison to
posted.
Board, so it's on my report to give tonight. You can continue if you like, but I have an actual liaison report to give about that board. But I am gonna say, Chris, that the person that told you that the meeting, they would not make quorum, number one, was never the chair of that board. Number two, no individual member of any board would know about a quorum unless they were a quorum not being met, unless they were violating sunshine and talking to other members of the board outside of the meeting. And further, I saw communication from John Holland, former Commissioner Holland, who is now on that board, who is the secretary of that board. He sent a report in and it said who the chair was. Did you guys not get that? So you do know who the chair of the board is.
Like the manager said, one person sent us information. Mr. Holland sent us information. And then another member of the board sent us information. And all three were conflicting each other. We tried to get to the bottom of it before, but we just got different answers from all different people. And one of them was about the quorum.
I don't know how a board member would know that quorums, I wouldn't know if
Not
we're not,
only- but
if
that's
we weren't
not-
going to make quorum tonight, I wouldn't know until I got here and I was the only one here.
That's not,
Would you guys know I was or was not coming?
yeah, you would know, if I could send out an email to all of you saying, no meeting tonight because we don't have quorum.
If you called me and said, Mac, are you coming to the meeting? And I said, Pamela, we're not going to make quorum for the commission meeting tonight. Cancel it.
How
You wouldn't,
That's not how it happened, Commissioner.
well, how did it happen then?
The person sent to us saying that, because of, and I think it started with Lisa before she left trying to find out who was coming and who wasn't. And she told that person, I have not gotten answers from everybody as to who's showing up and who's not. So that person said, we don't have a quorum, we're not gonna meet. And like I said, then two other persons chimed in, and we just got conflicting information from 3 members of the board.
Hello, some of us cannot attend tonight's meeting, Parks and Parkways. We need to reschedule and make a list of all the dates and times, meeting locations for the entire year so we can put the dates in our agendas. And that was coming from the person that we had on our documentation as the board chair. So again, this has been a very challenging situation with this particular board. That's why we're working on figuring out who is in charge, who is going to be handling the agendas and minutes. And then now that we have the full roster, we can send that information out to them on number one, how to get access to the cabin for the board chair. That's one of the other reasons that we need that chairperson. And number two, now that we have all the members listed, now we can track when they let us know who is not coming, whether or not we're going to have that quorum. So this was identified as a challenge, and we're working on it.
The challenge I'm hearing from the board is that lots of outreach to the village and no responses. So I'm hearing that from them and hearing this from you. But Danielle Wolf is the chair of that board, and she has yet to ever hear from anybody at the village about anything.
She was only the temporary chair, according to their information. Again,
So the next-
I'm not gonna stand up here and defend what we have or hadn't done. This thing has been a mess, and we're trying to fix it so that we can have a fully functioning Parks and Parkways board, and that's what we're in the process of doing.
Okay. Well, they have a meeting on, is it Thursday night?
No, I found out today that was bumped until the 22nd.
Okay. Well, she asked me how she could get access to the log cabin, and I told her I would ask you.
That's the information that's going to be going out to the full board. That's what the clerk was actually proofing today so that we can send that out. They're going to be given a temporary code to access a log cabin until they pick their chair. And then that chair is going to be the one that is responsible for access to the cabin, as well as the logs and locking up and all the other stuff that we have to do in regards to meetings.
Okay, so that one's been moved the 22nd then?
Correct.
Okay. Vice Mayor, did you have any other questions on the boards?
That's it.
Okay. Any other board questions before we go to commission?
I do. I was told that someone applied to be on the planning board and that his application was in before the deadline. Did he not make it?
I did not receive it.
Okay. Well, and Gage also told me that he confirmed with Gage that he submitted his application before the deadline for this meeting. They expected him to be on this agenda tonight to be voted in. Gage sent an email. I replied to it.
I reached out to Gage earlier today as part of the liaison process, or however we want to label it. I can work with him to make sure that if it wasn't in on time, that he'll get in on time, they can get him appointed. Okay. Any other questions on boards? Okay, so let's go ahead and go to our commission and open the floor to any commission reports that would like to be heard. I can start?
Oh.
Okay. Just very quickly, a couple things. I know we talked briefly about that electric vehicle charging company with the boards and the advertising and everything. I spoke with the representative from there. He said that they didn't have any panels in their network that are close enough to do any meaningful comparisons because recall that they need to have a certain amount of traffic in order to want to set it up for us because they pay for everything. So he said what they're going to do is they're going to conduct a vehicle traffic study, which actually kind of opened up an interesting opportunity, I think, to maybe collect some additional traffic data at their expense. So the last we exchanged emails earlier this month is that he was going to look at it and see what the collection looks like and let us know. So we might be able to use some of that, could be very good. So it could be
They just want to see what kind of traffic we have to determine if we're.
where they want
placed.
where they want to put it, because for example, over at the rec center, there's not as many cars driving through maybe as like out this way. So they're just kind of looking at where it might fit. So it could be a dual purpose, which would be nice.
Hey,
Sure.
so I hate to throw a wrench in this.
Maybe just don't then. No, I'm just.
I'll walk out.
No, go ahead, go ahead.
Hear it if you want me to.
Please.
So if you're going to enter into some type of an agreement, there is some value. So this has to be procured.
It's not an agreement to my understanding. From my understanding, what they're doing is they're looking at how they can collect traffic information around the village to determine whether there's enough that justifies putting in one of their stations.
I'm just saying.
If it goes to
if
that
it goes to the
point, then
Where you all decide that you want to move forward with EV stations with, because there are other companies that are out there that do a similar thing.
yeah, I think there were like at least 4 that I
Yeah,
looked at.
So that's something that'll have to go out to an RFP and you have to take proposals and go through the procurement process.
This one, even if it's at no cost to us? Okay, that's fine. I mean, right now, we're just looking at information. It's no determination.
Well, that information might help us put out a better RFP if they say, look, the only place in your village that really makes sense to do this is that open median over there on Sixth Avenue. Then you could put that in the RFP.
Right.
It goes out to everybody else, so you get apples to apples and all
So
that.
it could be good to collect it from both sources there, or for both purposes. Another point that I want to just bring up very briefly here and open it to the commission is I was contacted by Melanie Burke over at Mayor Cava's office just end of last week. So it's kind of last minute, but they're putting on, what do they call it? A municipal roundtable discussion on flood preparedness and response. It's this Friday. I was going to go to it, but I'm going to be traveling for a conference and they don't have any Zoom options, unfortunately. So it's in person only.
What time on Friday?
It's Friday, 11:30 a.m. to 1 p.m., Miami-Dade Main Library Auditorium. She just sent me an email yesterday saying that they can't accommodate Zoom options. So it's only in person. Figured I'd open up to the commission if someone wanted to go, and just let you all know. Unfortunately, I can't make it.
Nor can I.
I'll respond to her and I'll let her know that you're gonna make it, if that works.
Mr. Mayor, I'm also on that email, so I
Yeah?
can, yes.
Oh, great, okay.
I'm,
Oh, that's right,
yes,
yes.
you sent it to me to
You're- okay.
check your calendar.
Got it, okay. All right, great. So if you wouldn't mind,
Get the information to Commissioner Gonzalez.
Great. thank you very much. And last one, I'll make it quick. League of Cities last week, we were unfortunately informed that Aventura Commissioner Michael Stern passed 2 weeks ago, yeah. I think everyone up here knew him. He was, did you? He went around to every, county in Miami-Dade and asked for proclamations dealing with, colorectal cancer. Because he was diagnosed, I think he was stage 4. Stage 4 for quite a while. He was helpful. He was a nice guy.
Senator for Aventura has a big curriculum and
Yeah,
accomplished things. I really respect it.
yeah. One of his colleagues on, the commission, Aventura, gave a kind of an in memoriam speech about him. So it was very sad to hear. And I knew that you had worked with him quite a bit and he was a nice guy. So I wanted to let everyone know that it was very unfortunate. So sorry to end on a somber note, but that's all I have for my report. Anyone else?
I do have a couple of things.
Okay.
So I was sick for the special commission you all held at COVID, so I didn't come. And I know a few things were discussed, one of them. but,
I'm sorry, Vero, I can't hear you.
Yeah.
Down here.
Um,
Thank you.
I missed the the July 29 commission meeting, the special commission meeting. Because I had COVID and I couldn't participate, but I know because I saw the video, I haven't finished it all. You guys discussed the liaison on the boards and you voted me to have the foundation. I'm not going to be doing that. I'm actually not in support of having a liaison, just for what I've spoken to the members, at least of the foundation. I haven't spoken to all of them. It seems to me they're very clear on where they stand and how they communicate it with us at any time. I mean, I'm happy to join at any meeting at my discretion, and it would be not just the foundation board, but any of the boards. So my wish is that maybe you want to discuss if you want to do that with the foundation, but I wouldn't be the one doing that. Request for code police and noise ordinance. So I did mention about the noise ordinance that I've been working on with Brad to bring us an item. I didn't make it, unfortunately, for this agenda, so it'll be for the next agenda. And I did ask police and code just to share some data in terms of how many requests do we currently have that are related to noise, and specifically, because I don't know if you get those emails about people wondering at what time is it related to tools, is it related to construction. There is all these questions about when and who do I contact and all of that. So I wanted to hear from code and police to provide feedback prior to the meeting. So I just want to make sure, Chris, you got that email?
Yep, they're working on the questions.
Perfect. The letter we'll discuss next on the agenda and the other item as well. So that's it.
Okay, thank you. Other commission reports?
Yeah, I have Art, do you have something? I have a couple of things.
Okay.
We need to schedule Chris's evaluation, the date, the format, how this is going to work, because that happens in September, correct? Yep. We talked about this once before. There's a window there. And Brad, do you remember? You're looking it up again.
I seem to remember we moved it to October 1st to align with the fiscal.
Did we put a hard date on that?
I don't think we did, but no, there was discussion on that.
I need to get it on my count. My point is, I work like months out on a calendar, a travel calendar, and we need to get that scheduled. Last time, correct me if I'm wrong, let me ask you guys, did we do it at a commission meeting, or we did it at a separate meeting? It was a separate
Evaluation was
meeting.
a separate meeting.
Yeah, so we need to get that on a calendar so I can plan around it. We have a commission, I don't think it's something we should do at a commission meeting. I think it merits its own time, and we have a commission meeting on the 1st, and I'm out of the country October 4th to the 20th. And that's in October anyway. Brad's looking, but I thought it had to be done in September.
We have in September, we have,
Well, let's let Brad verify that. There's like a date, I forget how it's worded oddly.
The honor before, it just says honor before October 1st of each year.
Yeah, that's why we always do it in September. So we need to get that on a calendar first. I guess the first question is, well, Jonathan, you can lead the conversation, but we have to decide if we're going to do it in conjunction with another meeting, because we have a lot of meetings in September with budget hearings and stuff. If we'll add it onto another meeting, same night, different time, or if we'll pick another date altogether.
we have this, so what I was mentioning in September, we have the 3rd, the 10th, and the 26th. I see. Is that right?
3rd,
Okay.
10th, yep.
The 10th is not gonna happen. Why don't we just do it on the 3rd? The millage hearing shouldn't be too long, right?
That's the day after Labor Day weekend. I get back late the night before, and I'm gone just in my own interest. I'm gone on a work trip from the 21st of August until September 2nd. It's 3 work trips that all run back to back to back.
Art, when you out? 20 to 27th, okay.
I'm out the 11th through the 25th.
11th to the,
25th.
Small window.
how about the 5th or the 6th?
What about
I'm good with those.
on the 26th, the budget hearing, the second budget hearing? We're just approving the budget, right? I mean, it should be done by then, shouldn't it? I mean, I
Would hope. Art, you're
should-
gonna miss
I
the
should be
second
careful.
budget hearing? You know, can't zoom in? No?
What were the days you mentioned, Max? Sorry.
September 5th and 6th is a Friday. We probably don't want to do that, but September 5th is a Thursday. And Vero, I'm sorry, you're gone the 10th to the 25th?
11th through the 25th.
11th to the 25th. We have a meeting on the 10th.
I could do the 5th.
I could do Monday, the 9th as well. If that's better for anyone. The 5th, I could do. The 9th, I could do. I'm wrapping around your schedules. The 5th, the 9th, 11th.
I can do 5 and 9.
or September 30th, which is the last day we could possibly do it. So the 5th, the 9th, or the 30th are all days that
I'm good with 5, 9, or 30.
I'm good with 5, 9, or 30.
I vote better on either the 5th or the 9th.
The 9th, you have a planning and, there's a planning and zoning
How about the 5th?
design review board.
I'm
Fifth?
good with.
Thursday, the 5th, let me just double check. Yes, I can do that.
We're down on this end. September 5?
Well, and that's the other thing we need to discuss. So it's going to be, hold on one second. So it's Thursday, September 5th at 6 o'clock? 6 o'clock. Is that correct?
Sounds correct.
Okay, and then we have to discuss the format. I thought the format last time worked. The form that we use, which is something we had used with Mario twice before. If everyone was okay with that form, I'm okay with that again. The one thing that we did not include in it were how he's achieving the goals that we had set. We had that with Mario before, if you'll recall, and we pulled it out because it was too early to give that to him in a 6-month evaluation. But after the 6-month evaluation, Chris did provide to us, these are the goals, these are my goals through the end of this year. So we do have that.
Can we just use that the same format and add as a line
Slot in
item?
those goals.
Yeah,
Yeah.
add as a line item that one. I think that's fine.
Last time I had done the cleanup of the form. Would you guys like me to do that again? But we don't have a meeting again until after that, because we have a meeting on the 3rd that's a millage. We don't have a regular meeting of any kind. So Pamela, how can we do that? If I were to update this, send it to you, and you will put it out, give it out to everybody? Okay. But it doesn't give them an opportunity to give any feedback on it.
Well, the 3rd is a regular scheduled meeting.
No, it's not. The
not?
3rd is a millage,
Millage, it's an item. It's,
millage and budget hearing.
so could we foreseeably add,
You could
Separate meeting?
adjourn and then
You'd have to have a special.
do a special meeting.
Have you noticed that meeting already?
Which one?
The September 3rd millage and budget hearing?
No.
What if we did a quick meeting at 6 o'clock
Can't.
and then this,
I
no,
can't put them together.
no. What if we schedule a meeting for a special meeting for 6 o'clock with the sole purpose of that, and then schedule the budget thing for 6:15?
No, you
Already
already,
scheduled it by resolution.
Okay.
You have to change
Okay.
the resolution, so.
or just
So
have it
then
done-
we'll just adjourn the meeting and do it that night.
What you would do is you'll do if you're talking about September 3rd, you'll have a
Yep.
special meeting at whatever time or soon thereafter
Okay.
it can be heard,
Okay.
on that date. So you just will have 2 meetings
Got it.
scheduled and noticed on that date.
And if we approve it before, and if there's no comments or no reason to have it, we can just cancel it?
What do you mean?
Never mind.
You
We'll
mean
just-
the
we'll put it
budget
on.
meeting?
No.
That you can't
The
cancel.
form, the purpose of us putting this on the 3rd is for us to approve the form that,
It'll be a very quick meeting.
It'll be quick.
all right, that's fine.
What you do is just schedule it for, say, 7 o'clock, or as soon thereafter can be heard.
Mhm.
And then
That's fine. And we'll just,
Now, that is assuming,
up.
of course, that we basically approve it with minor changes or none at all, because then we are going to be using that form. We'll each
days
need to
later.
use that form 2 nights later.
Yeah.
Should we call a special meeting in August for the sole purpose of doing that and make it happen, make it a 15-minute special meeting? Because God forbid, I mean, then we'll really be under the gun to use this form and get it done.
What would be the meeting for? Sorry?
To approve the format, the form itself. I'm gonna update it and send it to Pamela. She's gonna send it to you guys, but then we need to approve it. If anyone has any, we can't just do that through Pamela.
I mean, I've got about 3 days of availability between now.
Yeah,
and
and
the end of the month.
yeah, you went through August already and for these meetings and your availability was tight.
Oh, wait a minute. How about tomorrow? We have a budget workshop tomorrow. How about at the end of that, we adjourn and call the meeting to order? I'll do it tomorrow morning first thing. Oh, you can't notice a meeting that fast, even a special meeting?
No, at least 48 hours.
It's not an emergency, so you.
Yeah. I get it. Do we have any other meetings in August?
I don't think so.
No.
No, really? How's that possible?
Because you had them all in July.
Well, then I guess September 3rd it is, and we hope that it's minimal and we all can, look, what I'll do is
Confident.
I'll already use it and have mine done anyway, and if we make changes, then I'll just tweak my,
Line item, yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
okay.
So, Madam Clerk, can we keep it as September 3rd, please? Thank you very much.
Time you're gonna pick.
Can we do as soon, just as after the budget hearing concludes, or after the millage?
Pick-
Village,
Pick a time and as soon they're,
Time,
yeah,
just then picks
7 o'clock or 6:30 or soon they're.
6:30. And, you know, if we're done, if we're ready to go then great. And if not, we'll go as soon as we're done.
Okay, let me look at my list here. I wanted to know who's gonna represent us at the unsafe structure hearing, but we'll meet before, or will we meet before that? My concern was that Brad told us, or Pamela did at the last meeting, that if more than one of us is going to attend, that it has to be noticed that more than one commissioner will be there, even if one of us is speaking on behalf of the commission and the rest are speaking as citizens. We have to notice it.
When is that hearing?
Well, we haven't gotten a date yet, but I thought I saw, Chris, that there was a date of September 6th floating around, that it was possible for September 6th, September 16th?
I may have just overlooked it.
Let me pull up the report.
I thought it
It was happening in September. I don't believe
Yeah.
I have a date yet.
Pedro's here. Pedro, didn't you tell us a possible date of September 16th? It's not confirmed yet. You haven't heard anything else since? So the 16th was a possible date. Got it. Okay. Well, the point is that we have a meeting on September 10th, so that night we could discuss that and figure out what, if something's gonna happen, and,
We should know by then.
yeah, we should know by then. Certainly, we should know by then. Okay, I told you about, I Zoomed with Commissioner Steinberg. It was about the drains on Griffing. And Vero, don't hold me to that $150,000 amount, but I'm very certain that's what she said. She didn't know what the project was for. She said, I just approved something for you guys, $150,000.
I sent her an email.
Oh, you did? Okay.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, in her defense, we were talking about something else and she just said, hey, speaking of Biscayne Park, something got approved for you. And I said, for what? And she said, I'm not sure. And I said, is it, I think I called it Vero's Crosswalk down on, yeah.
No, that's,
She said, yes, that's what it is.
because that's
Yeah.
what Public Works, when I met with them, said the budget could be up over the 100,000s. And that's why we were crossing fingers that this would come from the county.
So it's a done deal.
Can I get clarification on your third, because I have to notice it directly for what the item is. This is just to look at the form.
Correct.
only.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just to approve the form that we'll
Approve the
use.
form. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And then my last report is something unpleasant, and I'm not asking, I might ask for a response, from you guys. Look, it's become clear to everyone that Chris and I don't have the best relationship, and it's been going on for months now, and I told you I would try to make things better with him, and I tried, and it's not getting better. It's very clear to everybody in this room. But recently, something really kind of obnoxious happened, and I just want to make you guys aware of it, because it really was just so strange and silly. He sent an email out to staff and to me saying, Commissioner Kennedy seems to think he's allowed to call you by your first name and demand things from you. I've set him straight. I'm a 63-year-old grown-ass man. Chris, you can talk when I'm done. I'm a 63-year-old grown-ass man. I'll call anybody. If Joe Biden walked in the door, he might get a hey Joe from me and a high five, and God bless. I called someone by their first name in an email. We all do it up here. We do it with him, with Pamela, with Brad, with the staff that comes in here. It was just so bizarre and noxious. And he sent it to the staff. And I resent the hell out of it. And then he told them that I'm demanding things from them. To be clear, if any of you have caught wind of this, because residents of this village have caught wind of it. To be clear, I have never demanded a single thing from a staff member. We're not allowed to do that. However, we are in good faith allowed to ask them questions. And the question that set him off was a question that I sent to the chief with him on CC, because he said, please always keep me on CC, and I always do. A question to the chief. Hey, chief, in preparations for the budget hearings, I'm wondering if you might need additional life-saving equipment for our officers in the field. Do they have what they need to save human lives in the course of their day? That's what set him off. And when I said, are you making this demand of all the commissioners and setting this expectation for everyone that they cannot address people by their first name and that we're not allowed to ask questions, which is allowed in the charter, by the way. It's a charter provision that we're allowed to ask questions in good faith. And this was in preparation for a budget hearing. That's in pretty good faith. Asking the chief if he simply has enough. Not saying ask for it, not saying I'll do it for you, simply saying, do you have what you need? And I said, why are you making this demand of me? And he said, this was his reasoning, because of my open hostility towards staff. And I said, okay, give me an example of my open hostility to staff. And you might be surprised the one single thing he came up with. The night of his 6-month evaluation, when we sat here, you weren't here, Ryan. Staff filled up Village Hall to sing his praises at his evaluation, which I thought was a little odd, but whatever. They're allowed to come and speak at public comment too. That's their prerogative. And this room was lined with police officers in uniform. You remember that? And at the next meeting, a resident got up and spoke. Now that bugged me. The optic on that was awkward for me. It's like, here's our evaluation of the CEO of this organization, and the police are filling this room in uniform. And I'm not certain that they necessarily always appreciate that that might be viewed by other people, civilians, as intimidating. Didn't personally intimidate me when they came in. I know them, you know? But it intimidated some residents who mentioned it to me, one of whom attended the meeting that night and spoke at public comment about it. Do you remember? It was David Raymond. And then during the commission reply, I said, I share that sentiment, that I didn't, and it was on my report. I was going to mention it anyway. I had no idea David was going to say it that night. And I simply said, I didn't think that was a great look, Jonathan, and especially because they were all standing up. And they were standing in front of the doors, if you'll recall. So here's a room like lined with people in uniform. And I simply said, Jonathan, if that happens again, might we offer them a seat? Ask them to have a seat.
Remember?
Yeah, that's all I said. Chris viewed that as open hostility. Yeah, open hostility towards our police. And for that reason, set off this chain of noxious, toxic emails. Guys, it's not good. It's not good. So, have any of you been instructed to not call employees by their first names? No. No. Have any of you ever asked a question of an employee? Hey, preparing for something, you need an answer to a question. Yeah. Did you get your answers? You got your answers? Did you keep Chris on CC like we're supposed to? No, Art? You just emailed them directly. No. But you didn't break the charter. You asked him a question. We're allowed to ask him questions in good faith, right? He wants us to put it in an email and CC it. He sent that to us as a policy. Fine. I do it every time. I don't ever send an employee an email without Chris on CC. It's not a good environment. It's not good. And if it were any of you that were being singled out and treated differently, I would have as much of an issue as I do being the one singled out and treated differently. If it was you, Vero, I'd be saying, you don't treat her or him or him or him differently than the rest. It's not how we roll here. It's not cool at all. And it's also very clear to anyone who attends these meetings and watches from home that I'm the one who holds him to task more and is critical of him sometimes. Praise him when he does something well, tell him when I like something, challenge him, hold him to details. I did it earlier this evening when he gave one answer and gave another. We're getting a lot of that. I just want straight stuff. For it to come to this, and this is going to come up in his evaluation. Trust me, it'll come up again. But I just wanted you guys to know that. And I wanted to hear from you if you had been told to do the same thing. I have no plans to stop calling people by their first name. I call our mayor, Jonathan, openly during meetings. We all do. That's Biscayne Park. That's Biscayne Park, where we can sit up here in casual clothing and run this village on a first name basis with each other and the residents and the staff of this village as well. I don't appreciate what's going on around here. And if you guys want to make comment to that, you're free to, but I'm not asking you to necessarily chime in, and I'm not asking for any action. It's just part of my report tonight. But if you have opinion, I'm happy to hear it.
I'd like to reply if the commission doesn't mind.
Okay.
Commissioner Kennedy is absolutely correct. We do not have a great working relationship. I took, specifically Commissioner Gonzalez, I took your advice when you had said you got to find a way to work this out. So everything I'm going to say is from my perspective. I guess you could say interpretation of what I'm seeing. I tried burying the hatchet. I tried doing the reset. I tried doing the boundaries. What I've experienced with Commissioner Kennedy is that, in my opinion, my interpretation is he's not interested in having that reset and having that professional relationship. It's a relationship of you will do what I say, when I say, and get it done, which you're all my bosses. That's one way to do it. However, where we're having the challenges is in the daily operations of the village. One of the stats that I looked at just the other day was since we instituted this the new GoGov app system to kind of track contacts, and so nothing gets missed, nothing falls through the cracks. Since March, there have been well over 400 contacts from Commissioner Kennedy. Those are emails, those are texts. Many of them trying to, I'm assuming, trying to direct village operations, things like communications plans and communication items and things like that. So understanding that's where we're coming from, that's when I put in those strict boundaries. We need to keep work. We need to find a way to work together. But again, from my experience, that's just not what he's interested in doing. I'm at a loss. I'm not sure how to handle this. And I want to go back a little bit with the emails that he mentioned. He started with the email to the chief saying, Mark, starting to ponder over budget topics. I'd like to learn more about life-saving, and blah, blah, blah. My reply to him was, please direct all budget questions to me and me alone. My staff is not authorized to discuss budgets directly with the commission. That's the manager's responsibility. The manager has a larger perspective. So that's my way of saying I don't want to put, one of the things I've experienced with Commissioner Kennedy is he picks out certain things that you say, and then we'll use that against you at a later point in time. And I want to make sure my staff isn't in that same position. They don't get flustered and make a comment and then have that be set as rule. So then I went on to say also in professional communications, we need to use official titles, not first names, as a show of respect. You've no doubt heard me referring to people as chief and director during meetings and in those professional communications. The reason that I said that is I'm trying to rebuild the team and try to repair some of the damage that has been done over the years by specifically Commissioner Kennedy. The staff does feel attacked. The staff that has been sitting in those meetings, on these commission meetings, feels attacked. The staff that receives emails questioning him, the staff that receives the emails on the co-complaints that he sends, they feel attacked. Whether it's intentional or not, I can't say. But my job as a manager is to, Mario had a great way of saying it, be that shield between the commission and the staff. If there's stuff that needs to be done, lay it on the manager, and then the manager rolls it out to the staff. If the staff has concerns, that comes to the manager to try to figure out what our concerns, what we have to handle, and what we have to elevate to the commission. So that's the role that I've taken on. That's the reason we're in this position. So I am absolutely 100% open to any suggestions any of you may have as to how I can work with Commissioner Kennedy. But we do have to have that level of respect built in, at least for the positions that we hold.
Okay, I'm gonna step in.
Sorry, Jonathan, I have to just say one quick thing. Chris, when you say you tried to hit reset with me, when you and I sat in this room, when I called a meeting and said, let's bury the hatchet, let's have our talk, I came in here and said, okay, new day, off we go. Let's both do better at this. I got a blank stare from you and silence. And I said to you, after I said my piece, and I'm going to try to do better and blah, 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 all the things that we're both should be saying. You have anything you need to say, you want to say back to me? You said, I have nothing to say. That was the response I got from him at the Bury the Hatchet meeting. And then a few
What
minutes,
else did I say during that meeting?
1 second. And then a few minutes later, he said, oh, wait, I do have one thing I need to say. This is a quote. I need to be more patient with you. That was his response to me. Mac, I need to be more patient with you. What a condescending, passive aggressive. After I had to explain what passive aggressive meant to him, he's like, I don't do anything passive aggressive. I'm like, when he said it, I'm like, Chris, that was passive aggressive. There's an example of passive aggressive. I had to explain to him what passive aggressive meant. And his big olive branch to me was, Mac, I need to be more patient with you. The hell does he think he is? Be more patient with me. This is our Biscayne Park.
Okay, I want to step in for a second. Everybody's said their piece. Yeah, all right. Look, I think that I don't know what the protocol is. I don't know what to tell both of you. I understand you've got your differences and unfortunately they're not working out too well. And I'm sorry to hear that. I am. Because we all have a lot of work to do, and I do feel that both of you are very hard workers. But at Art's recommendation at one point was, hey, let's try to work together. If I would still encourage that. I don't know that it's going to go anywhere, and if that's the way it is, that's unfortunately the way that it is. But we work.
Show up for work for my real job or this job. I show up to get the job done, regardless of.
That's what I was going to say. You're right.
That's what I continue to do.
We've all worked with people that we find difficult. I think at this point, there's nothing else that we can say the work still got to get done. And I can't tell you both how to act. But I can tell you to please just be respectful with each other. Both of you. No, both of you. I'm not saying one or the other.
And my issue that I really wanted to bring to your attention was the fact that he said to staff, he's making demands of you. I don't make demands of anybody. I ask questions. And if I ask pointed questions or big open-ended questions, but I get along with everybody great, just them.
I understand.
But to send that email to staff and then say, he thinks he can call you all by first name, like, give me a break.
So that's what I'm trying to say. I want us to be respectful. I want us to respect the village. I want us to respect the process and respect the positions. That's all I think I can say at this point. There's an evaluation coming up, and I know that this is going to come up again. And if it's appropriate, we'll act. But that's all I can really say, I think, at this point is gentlemen, please be respectful with each other. And I just want us to move on. That's really it. We've got a lot more to do tonight. I understand you both kind of made your positions. You've made very clear where you stand. And I appreciate you bringing it both up, because you know what? I don't like saying these types of things in public forums. It's harder for me to say those types of things. So look, it takes a lot for you both to say these things here. So I appreciate you both bringing it up and giving us your perspective. So let's please be respectful as best we can. We'll go towards our evaluation, and I'd like us to move on tonight. Okay? Thank you both. If we have no other commission items, I'd like us to move on to the ordinance. Is there any other commission items we'd like to bring up? Vice Mayor, Commissioner? Oh, okay. All right. So let's please get started with our ordinances at 10A. Our first ordinance this evening is ordinance number 2024-05. Mr. Attorney, can you please introduce or read the item onto the record for us?
Yes. An ordinance of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, amending Chapter 2, Administration, Article 8, got my Roman numerals for a second. Purchasing and procurement, Section 2-141, exemptions from competitive bidding of the Code of Ordinances of the Village of Biscayne Park by authorizing the city manager to enter into agreements for the maintenance and repair of existing village equipment without obtaining competitive quotes, providing that the cost of such maintenance and/or repairs are under a specified threshold, providing for inclusion in the code and scrivener's errors, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Do I have a motion on the ordinance?
Motion to approve?
And do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. So let's go ahead and open up to public comment on the ordinance, if there's any public comment to be had here. Seeing none on Zoom? Seeing none, okay. So let's go ahead and open to discussion on the ordinance. Is there any discussion items on the ordinance? No?
I will note is, just very quickly, I ended up moving the proposed language to a different section of the code, because I thought it fit better
Okay,
in the exemptions section as opposed to the threshold section. So I know we had talked about it, putting it in the thresholds, but since it's an exemption, it just seems to fit better in this section of the code.
okay, great. Thanks, Brad. So if there's no other discussion items on the ordinance, Madam Clerk, could you call a vote for us, please?
Mayor Gross,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Huntington,
Yes.
Commissioner Amsler,
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez, Commissioner Kennedy.
Yes.
The item passes on first reading, 5-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Kennedy and Huntington.
Okay. So that concludes item 10A. Let's go ahead and move on to our second ordinance, 10B, ordinance 2024-06. Brad, could you please read onto the record for us?
An ordinance of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, amending the Biscayne Park Land Development Code, Chapter 16, Permits and Certificates, Section 16.15, Landlord Permits, to comply with Section 83.425 Florida statutes, providing for inclusion in the code, and scrivener's errors, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for repealer, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a motion on the ordinance? Any motion on ordinance 2024-06 to move to discussion? Okay,
Motion to move it to discussion.
Second.
okay, we have a motion, second. I'll go ahead and open it to public comment. If there's any public comment here in the log cabin, same public comment rules apply. Vice Mayor.
Janie Anderson, 11905 Northeast 11th Place. All things considered, with what you have to work with, I think this does a good job. I do have a couple of questions. In section 16.15 fees, it says a registration fee may be charged. I don't understand the may. I mean, we charge for occupational licenses. This is a business like any other business. Why would it be may? Maybe I don't understand. Maybe I'm missing the legal meaning behind it, but it just seems like it would be will charge a fee. Or shall. Thank you. Okay. On to 16.15.6. Failure to submit a registration. The owner may be cited. Again, why would it be may? They violated an ordinance. It should be shall. Then it says may be brought in front of the code enforcement. Actually, it's code compliance. But again, another may that seems to need to be converted over to a shall. You violate an ordinance, you get cited, and you come in front of the code board. Thank you.
Thank you. And seeing no other comment here or on Zoom, we will go ahead and open up to discussion. And I'll ask for discussion on this item at this time. Well, actually, Brad, maybe to address the point that was just made, can you explain the discretionary language there in those two provisions, please, for us?
So from in 1615.6, the reason why it says may and not shall is because the code enforcement officers have inherent discretion. They don't, a code enforcement officer doesn't, you cannot legislate that they issue a citation for a violation of the code. I understand that they have the authority to do so, but you can't legislate them to do so because they have inherent discretion in their job. And so essentially what the may does is it gives a code enforcement officer the ability to evaluate the potential violation, determine whether or not there's just cause for the violation, and determine whether or not, based on their investigation, whether or not a citation should be issued which would then, if it's not, if the matter is not corrected and or whatever the fine might be is not paid, then it would go before the board. So that's why it says may as opposed to shall.
Can I just ask on that point very quickly, Brad, what if the language were to read, if the officer within their discretion determines that a violation has occurred, then the citation shall be issued? I mean, does it act as the same way?
In my interpretation, it does. So what you're doing is you're legislating away discretion. It's no different than saying that a police officer has to make an arrest if they observe something.
Got it.
Which is why I put may.
In which case,
far
we'd
as the-
have to
as
do
far
that
as the-
throughout our code. That's all over our code. We'd have to do it everywhere.
It is, it's in other positions, in any parts of your code. But that's the reason why I put it. If you direct me to put shall, I will certainly put shall, but that was my logic.
We've had this discussion before and we've been given that same explanation, and I think we need to be consistent and
That, again, I'll take, obviously you're going to take whatever direction. You're asking me why I put may. I'm just giving you the explanation as to why I put may. As far as the fee, once you establish, again, we can put same thing, but once you establish by resolution, a fee, then the fee is imposed. So right now, there is no fee.
So in a situation like this evening where a fee was levied, it doesn't give us the discretion to waive the fee. Would that be an example of a scenario where we wouldn't want that kind of language?
I think you inherently have the authority to waive a fee.
Okay.
So if you want the 16, well, either one of them, if you want them to state shall, just direct me in the final or the second reading, it'll say shall.
Okay.
I think it should be shall in the last instance, but may in the issuance of a citation, it should be may, but that a fee shall be charged. Because look, we want to, our intent here is to make them register and charge them for it, right? Then that's when we use the word shall, then there's no wiggle room there. Because if it's
That was
may,
kind of the
we
way I
give-
was thinking about it.
Hmm?
It's kind of the same way I was thinking about it. The first one seems more of a requirement. The second one seems like there's more of a
And
discretionary.
the fee is an administrative cost, so we'd have to figure out what the administrative cost, and the manager and I have talked about that, and I think we're able to justify whatever the cost is going to be.
Okay.
So I'll take whatever direction from the commission as to how you want
Right.
this to read.
Well, so at least on those, well, let me ask this first then. Are there any other discussion items on the ordinance before we discuss solidifying those changes?
I have a couple of things. So I had the one about shall, and I'm glad you asked Janie about the issuance of a citation, but we've heard that before, and I understand why it has to be that way. It references that the fee will be set by resolution. Is that not something we're considering tonight? Will that come at a separate time?
It'll come at a separate time.
Okay.
But you have you basically do a resolution to set fees.
Mm-hmm.
You just referenced it earlier. during the
Exactly. It's
meeting.
already in there
So-
somewhere, or we would have to add it to that?
We're gonna have to change, we'll have to amend it because I think it's gonna say a permit. We just have to change it to a registration. And I
Understood.
think in speaking with the manager, I think the fee will remain the same because we can justify that fee for the administrative costs for doing the registration program.
So we'll amend that. Got it. Okay, so in C, oh, I didn't write what number it was. Let me look here. I'm sorry. I didn't. Where it talks about, where we struck all the language about the village having gaining entry to the building. Gee,
About one of the struck through sections.
yeah, it was a C. It was a letter C. I just wrote C and didn't.
Give me one moment.
I'm looking here. It was a letter C. Well, I can make my point without adding it. Brad, I don't know if we can do this and if we would want to do this, but when I read it, I thought maybe, could we add language that says that the village has the right to request entry by the tenants for voluntary inspection? You had told us last meeting that they can do that. They could go knock on the door and say, hey, we want to do a safety inspection, make sure you're all good in here and that your landlord's taking good care of the property. Do we want to add language that it says that we can ask them to voluntarily allow us to come in and inspect?
I've never seen
it's-
something like that in a.
Is it worthwhile? Is it worth anything?
I don't know that it is. I mean, the statement is correct. I did say that at a previous meeting, and
Mhm.
yes, I mean, a government agent, wherever they work, can always go to a property owner and ask for permission to enter their property
Mhm.
or enter the home. So as long as you have consent, barring, if you don't have a court order,
Right.
or if you're an officer of probable
Have that,
cause,
yeah.
you have to have consent, so you can always ask. I don't see a point in putting it in an
Don't see
ordinance.
value in it.
I've
Okay.
never seen it that way, but
Okay, moving along, 16.15.5, A is an apple.
5A.
This is where the property owner turns over all the information, the name, the da, 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 da.
Right.
Okay. It says, the language, it says, da, da, da. Oh my God, where is it? Whether or not for services, shall provide to the village the following information. So it doesn't say how they're going to provide that information. It's very passive, and it also makes it sound like, you know, they could scrawl it on a napkin and say, here you go, here's all the information. Are we going to have, maybe this is a question more for Chris. Are you anticipating having some kind of a form that they fill out that captures all the information to make sure that it's all complete and everything that you need, so it's not a back and forth? It's just very vague and passive language. They're gonna give us this information. Is it something, would we put that in here, that they will complete a form by the village that provides it?
What I would do is add, it's a point well taken. And I don't want to step on the manager's toes, but the way I anticipated this is however you did the permitting process, you would still use the same process, but it would be a registration. So what I would propose to add at the end of information, where it says, provide to the village the following information, I would put a comma and say in a format approved by the manager. Or I wouldn't even say that, in a format approved by the village, which the manager has the authority to do.
So if he says you can write it on the back of a napkin, then they're fine, or if he says fill out this form, then it's fine.
So I would just add that language to that section.
That's my desire. We can talk about it after I'm done. I'll run down, unless you, Brett or Jonathan, want to get consensus now. Does anyone else have an opinion on that?
On the,
Adding that
format?
language that Brad suggested.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Already wrote that down.
That's fine.
Got
with
it.
me.
I'm sorry?
It's fine, yeah.
Okay, my next question is, and I don't know who this is a question for, maybe it's Brett. What happens when that rental property is sold? So we have the contact information, and now the property has sold, and we don't have contact information anymore. Well, how's that happen? How's that work?
Well, if it's sold and it's still a rental property,
Mhm.
then the new property owner would have the obligation to comply with the
Are we going to inform them of this, or we just assume they're going to know it because it's in our code? I mean, how does that work on a procedural level to make sure, look, we want the information in case we need it, right? So that property, I sell my house today and someone buys it and rents it out. How does the village know, and how are we going to know to collect this information that we deem to be important?
I think I'm screaming and Commissioner Amsler's
Oh,
here.
I'm sorry.
So I mean, that's more of a process than something that should be included in the ordinance. I mean, to answer your first question is yes, your residents and property owners are on constructive notice of all your ordinances and have to follow all your ordinances. Obviously, if a property is sold and that new property owner doesn't complete a registration, then they should be getting a knock on the door or being reached out by somebody from code to say, hey, this is our ordinance, you're not in compliance with it. As far as a process and how to notify people who purchase, I would have to defer to the manager as far as a process on that, and, to notify these individuals.
Maybe here's the question I should ask Chris. Chris, how do we know now that a property is rented, or don't we? Linda's saying we don't.
We don't.
I think what happens is you stumble on advertisements and things like that, similar to,
So it's kind of like the short-term rental thing where we see them advertise somewhere and say, hey, you're not in compliance with this part of our code.
similar to the way the pool issue came up that we,
Okay, 16, 15, 12. is a paragraph about emergency contact information. It just kind of seems odd sitting down there by itself, separate from all the other it seems just to be like the same thing repeated in a different way. I don't know, it sort of seems odd down there. Because up above many paragraphs, it says you have to provide all this information, and then 16, 15, 12 says emergency contact information 24/7, blah, blah, blah. I don't know, maybe those two things could be combined somehow just to,
You want me to move it further up?
or is it even necessary, I guess, is my question. Here it's just, isn't it the same information, just labeled emergency contact? You have to give the name, address, phone number of I mean, this, it's more specific here. It says of a natural person 18 years of age or older who can be contacted 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I mean, it's very like detailed here and it's not elsewhere. So maybe just some of these, maybe this could just be combined with the other one if it's gonna be that specific. I mean, for the other emergency contact, like, are we gonna accept a 16-year-old person?
It's the same persons, but no, it's the same person. So I'll combine the paragraph.
Okay, very good.
I'll combine that paragraph and paragraph, obviously, if there's a consensus to do it, 16, 15, 5.
So I'll let you guys, we'll decide if we have consensus on any or all of those things. And then I'm just gonna say this. Look, I didn't support this thing when it came to us because I see the reason why we should be, checking these places out. But I do understand that the state passed a new law. When was it passed, Brad?
It took effect October 1 of last year.
So we're like 9 months behind or something. So here's my opinion. I'm going to talk out of both sides of my mouth. I think we should still be doing them and just say to the state or someone like, take us on, because I think we need to stand our ground sometimes and say we're going to do the right thing until a judge tells us otherwise. Now, out of the other side of my mouth, so I don't support this. Out of the other side of my mouth, this went into effect 10 months ago, and we've been collecting these fees, haven't we? I think, to be good people, we should go back and return all the fees to everybody who paid them since October last year, because they paid, if we are saying the state told us we can't do this anymore and we can't charge for this, I think we need to refund that money and tell them to fill out the registration as it's required by the new ordinance and tell them we took that money from you and when we shouldn't have, and we apologize for not following state law. Here's your money.
Is ours retroactive back to the date of enforcement of the actual law?
No, it'll take effect upon final passage, so after second read.
Okay. To that second point, Mac, I think we could talk about it. I don't think it's part of our ordinance. So yeah. Sure.
I'm sorry. You would have taken the money for the registration process as well. And in the discussions I've had with the manager, the permit fee and the registration fee are going to be the same. Didn't we come up with, it's $25, right?
Yep, it was based on the hours.
Hours and to keep, so in order to charge a fee, so that it's not a penalty or a regulatory fee, it has to have some basis in the administrative costs. So when we talked about it, the manager, to maintain the website, or not the website, the database, I'm sorry, to do the registration process, that the administrative costs would be just about equal. They're the same.
But that's really surprising because right now it's a piece of paper and enter the data into a spreadsheet and forget about it.
Which is what you were doing.
They were doing an inspection. They were sending someone there to knock on the door and say,
The-
"I'm here to do the inspection. I need to come in and walk and do the inspection."
I don't think $25 was covering
Well, I was
physical
assuming
inspection.
that this sounds like a whole lot less work and that they were paying a whole lot more. So
Well, I mean, you all are going to determine the fee by resolution. So if it's something that you feel it should be less than $25, that's certainly within your purview.
Okay, so let's revisit that then when we
those are my
determine the fee.
requests.
To
So, go ahead.
touch on Commissioner Kennedy's point, which is a question I had about the code report this month. We issued 20 notice of violations for a landlord permit, not having a landlord permit. Are we going to address now that there should have been a moratorium on that, so I don't understand how we issued notice of violations this month. But are we going to address those active code cases and Are we going to dismiss them? There's active going through our code board. How are we going to address that?
Those, we did, after the commission decided at the last, was it the special meeting, I believe? We decided that we were going to do a moratorium. The stats that you see are from previous, the month of July. So everything up until that point, we have not issued any additional notices of violation since the moratorium was put into effect.
And did we find anybody in the since last October? Have we find anybody for this or taken any further action other than notice of violation?
We have the code board chairs. Maybe she can tell us.
Just to put everybody's mind at ease, we did happen to have a landlord permit violation at this past meeting, and we did dismiss the case.
Janie, while you're up there, have you, since last October, have you guys fined anyone for not having that?
Mac,
I'm not holding you
off the
to it.
top of my head,
Off
I
the top of your
couldn't
head,
tell
you can't
I'd
think of
have to
anybody.
go back and look at my notes.
Linda's saying no. Okay, well, look, if we did, I think we need to look at that, Ryan.
So why don't we take a look at it when we set the fee by resolution and find out if there's any difference between the two, and then we can, it sounds like there haven't been any, but I think we can find out. So as far as this ordinance, there was 3 updates. I'll go back over them very quickly, talking about changing the first. Well, I think we already approved one.
The fees to shall, 1615.4.
Yep.
Shall, well, actually, there's 3. 1615.6 will remain may.
Correct.
Changing that.
Right.
Then on 1615.5A, I'm going to add, after the word information,
In a form,
a format, approved by the village.
If I can stop you there on, just to add to that, on 1615.1, there is wording already that says the registration shall be in writing and on a form provided by the village.
Oh, where's that, Farrell? Where was that?
1615.
That's on landlord permits, 1615.1.
1615.1.
The event that the landlord's or emergency contacts person contact information changes, the property owner shall provide the village with a new oh wait, sorry, I'm reading from the wrong
Shall
spot.
be in writing and on a form provided by the village. It's 1, 2, 3, 4 lines up from bottom of that paragraph, the first paragraph on page 2.
Oh, there it is.
It's actually.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
Should that language be altered to allow the village to accept this information via the app or via online? Because it says in writing, it seems like you have to go in person to do this. Seems like something could be handled online.
Be in a method.
I-
Would have been ready.
So what I'll do is I'll change the word form to, is what I was going to do below. I'll just do over there and just say in a format provided by the village.
Okay.
How's that? And then if it's a paper form for now, it's a paper form. If ultimately you're able to do it by website, we don't have to change an ordinance.
Okay. I
This-
think that's fine.
The village does not contact you with a form you have to fill. It's not, it's not for you to do.
No, it does not mean that.
I'm sorry, say that again?
I was wondering if it means when we say, write-in and on a form provided by the village,
Oh.
if, because the village does not provide it, then they're free of, like,
Oh.
That's not what the intent is. That's the original language that was in the ordinance. I'll clean it up so that it's
Okay.
something,
No, she makes a
that
good
the
point.
registration shall be provided to the village in the format approved by the village.
And that way it could be an app, it could be a form, it could be
But
the back of
whatever
a napkin. Okay.
Whatever format it is,
Got it.
I will clean, so I'm gonna leave, to Commissioner Amos's point, I'm gonna leave 1615A, 5A by its alone. I'm not gonna add any language. And I will clean that up in 1615.1.
there you go.
In 1615. Or? No,
1.
in 1. You're gonna keep it in 1.
I'm gonna keep it in 1 and clean it up so that
Yeah.
it'll be the form, that the registration process will be in a format approved by.
Approved by the village. Okay.
And then I'm gonna leave 1615.5 alone. I'm not gonna put anything after the word information. It's already said it. It's already said in 1.
Mhm. Oh, I understand what you're saying. Okay.
Okay. And then the last thing that I was asked to do is combine 1615.12 and 1615.5.
And change that one may to a shall
Yes, I had that already.
Yep, we got them. Okay. So is that everything? Is there anything else that we want to bring to his attention on this ordinance before we agree on that? No, hearing none.
I'll be back for a second. read.
Do we have consensus on those items?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Read
Okay.
the Motion as amended.
Oh, okay.
Motion to approve as amended.
Okay, do we have a second? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Do we need a roll on that, Madam Clerk?
On the ordinance itself.
Okay,
Mayor Gross,
yes.
Vice Mayor Huntington,
Yes.
Commissioner Amsler,
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez, Commissioner Kennedy.
No.
The item passes 4-1.
Okay.
Yeah, Gonzalez.
Okay. All right, so that concludes the ordinances. Let's move on to our resolutions. In 11, our first is 11A, Resolution 2024-21. Chris, this is yours. You want to introduce it for us? I'm sorry. Brad, if you could read it
I
for us.
just want to hear myself talk. No, resolution of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, waiving the competitive bidding procedures pursuant to section 2-139 of the Village's Code of Ordinances and approving an agreement with Lien Library, Inc. for lien searches, processing and collecting services, authorizing the village manager to execute said agreement and do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution and providing for an effective date.
Okay, thanks, Brad. Chris, do you want to provide any introduction to us before we move it to discussion?
Yeah, absolutely. This was before the commission a couple of meetings ago. My understanding was this had already at some point been before the commission. That turned out not to be the case. So I created the background information, or the backup rather, and included that this time around. Some of the questions that have been asked, I included in my new backup item to answer those questions. There is one piece of information that I was corrected on. And that is the charge for lien services, but we can talk about that when we get to discussion. We do have Alan Cohen here tonight to answer questions and discuss this in depth on behalf of Lien Library.
That's what he's here for.
Just never know.
Well, Alan, before we get to you, Chris, thanks for the introduction. Do we have a motion and a second to move this into discussion?
Motion to move into discussion.
Okay, in a second?
Second.
Okay.
Can I ask a question before we start of Chris? Because it would help, I think, frame this whole thing.
Sure.
Chris, could you explain what the process is now internally? Why we're doing lien searches, who's doing them, how it's costing us money? Tell us, explain the current process to us.
I'll leave it up to the expert.
Presently, a request will come into the office via email or however. More than likely, Linda has been on the front line of doing them, and that's because, well, since Lisa left, it was Linda and Lisa. I interject every now and then, and mostly on the filing part of it. Depending on the search, it takes us sometimes an hour or two. An hour to 2 hours for one lien search. And that's because we gotta go back, county records, check all of our systems, code. A lot of times, where a lot of the issues come in, we spend a lot of time spinning wheels on lien searches. And that's because a lot like the, for example, the last one. I think their property had like 7 liens on it, but 4 of them were older than 20 years old that we can't collect and can't move forward because after 20 years, you can't do anything with them. You can't even report it, you know. So what I'm saying is that we spend a lot of time. If we get 3 or 4 a day, and sometimes we do, we're spending a whole day doing lien searches.
someone's doing a lien search on a property for whatever reason, a realtor, I guess anyone could do a lien search on any property, but, and they contact the village to find out what the property is obligated to through the village. They do the same thing with the county, with the state, with whoever they want to.
Correct.
So they're just contacting you and basically saying, this property, tell us what's open for this property, whether it's fines, our own liens on the property.
Correct.
Okay, so these are not, none of these are anything that we're instigating. We're not starting, no, this is
No.
all outside people
All outside.
coming to the village saying, we need to know what's beholden to this property from the village.
Correct.
Got it, okay.
Alan?
Commissioner, I think that was, is this on? Yes.
There you go.
I think that was a great question, and in essence, you're performing one of many public services by researching and providing the information. In short, Lean, and first of all, by the way, Alan Cohen, Sage Consulting, and I've been working with Lean Library for the past year or so. Lean Library has automated the process and put it online. The way that's done is if a jurisdiction engages with the company, there is first data transfer, all the liens that exist, and then oftentimes there are multiple databases because there are different lien sources within a jurisdiction. Yours might be a little simpler. It might just be code violations, but there are other sources that generate municipal liens. Lien Library will clean up that database, talk to staff. If there are questions, like the clerk pointed out, if liens are too old, the staff would be notified of that. The database is cleaned up. Once the database is cleaned up, Lien Library asks for well, the ask is for a once-a-week update on any new liens that the jurisdiction might issue. If the jurisdiction wants to do it less or more frequently, that's up to the jurisdiction. Then when, as you pointed out, an interested party wants to search the lien, they go to the Lien Library site, they click on the jurisdiction involved, and they can immediately get results online once all this information is loaded up. And they also have the ability to pay the lien at that point. If it's a large one or an old one, there is also an opportunity for them to ask for mitigation. Lien Library is not empowered to negotiate mitigation. A mitigation request would then be referred back to an identified point of contact staff person to engage with the individual on what that mitigation might be. The jurisdiction could decide we want to do a particular program. If someone asks, we give them a particular percentage off. Otherwise, we don't want to do anything. Or you could do it on a case-by-case basis. There is a $50 charge per lien search. And what the manager was referring to earlier, that is on top of your lien search charge that currently exists in your schedule of fees, not a part of it. So you're charging 75, the person would pay 125. Okay, so you still get your full 75. So it costs you nothing for the upfront work to do the data exchange and for Lien Library to clean up the database and get it set up. The lien searches cost you no money either. Those fees are paid for by the individuals requesting the information. The only potential money out of your pocket is if Lien Library does settlement work for you, and then there is a small percentage. And no, I think is that what you read? Okay,
10%.
all right. Then that was updated since I last saw the.
Not necessarily. What was it before?
So it's all right. So it's 10% of whatever's collected. And one of the other advantages for Lien Library, if you have properties that continually have outstanding liens, you don't have to go to the trouble of bringing in a collection agency or whatnot. Lien Library has a built-in incentive to collect those liens because of that 10%. And so they'll more proactively do it. They're not a collection agency and they're not going to use collection agency tactics.
Are we
Okay.
using a collection agency now, Chris? Linda, it's Linda. Okay, that one would scare me and I would pay. I'll give you my credit card now.
We do not use a collection agency, and that is why, in order for us to collect on any outstanding liens, our only time that we do collect, barring somebody paying early, is at the sale of the home,
At the sale of the home.
the sale.
Yes, that's a motivated individual.
Well, isn't that, I mean, look, we have a very short list. It's not like we have some, and, I asked for a report. We have 15 properties right now that have liens on them. Some of them have a whole bunch of liens and some of them have been going on for decades. So it's not like we have a million of them on the list. So I want to do a lien search on my property. You're saying I go onto a website and I pay a fee and I click on stuff and I download it right there and then?
Correct.
So basically it's a self-serve thing.
Self-serve, immediate
So
response.
basically it's a database where I'm clicking on. Okay, so how does that data get in there and be kept current?
So that data is provided first by the jurisdiction.
Initially, the day we signed, we kind of hand it over to you, say, there it is as of today.
Here's all the information that
Okay.
we have. Lien Library then massages that data, so to speak, cleans it up, gets it into the format for the website, and talks to staff if there are any potential issues identified with the data. And then staff would send an email once a week or once every other week or whatever, saying, here's new lien information that we have for you.
So there
So you
still is
collect our
staff.
money too?
Excuse me?
You collect our $75?
Yes, we collect $75 and we turn that over to you.
Got it. Okay, cool. That's the important.
So you collect the $125, you keep 50 and give 75 to the village. So we're
Correct.
whole on it. But, so that's one side of the equation, that, how the money works. But in terms of staff time, we're looking at, saving staff time. There still is staff involvement in this because we've got to be providing you updated data. And we've got to,
Yeah, but to your point, it's minimal. That's what you just finished saying. It's 15 properties, right? Now, lien searches are done on,
no. These are liens that we have on properties.
right, that's what I'm
A lien search is searching for
Right, but if it doesn't-
fines and all kinds of stuff,
right, but if it
not
doesn't,
just liens.
right, well, if it doesn't have a lien, there's nothing to look for.
Yeah, there is.
What?
Fines, outstanding fines.
Oh,
They haven't gone to lien yet.
Well, so Commissioner, and you offered me the opportunity to clarify a couple of points here. First of all we're talking about are municipal liens.
that's all right.
So
Oh, it's only these liens.
That's-
only municipal
exactly.
liens. So private, like mechanic liens and whatnot, are not part of this database. These are only the liens generated by each jurisdiction. And that's why people call the jurisdiction, to make sure that they haven't missed a lien generated by that jurisdiction.
But to the point, if someone calls on a property that has no liens, they still have to do a search. They still have to go and put time
I'm
in.
so confused. And so you're saying the lien search is only to find out if the village has placed a lien on the property?
Correct.
We only have 15 of them.
Let me say this,
No.
But they still call, people
Commissioner,
call and say, like, I can call tomorrow and I know I have no liens on my property, but I can still call and ask, hey, I want to find out if there's a lien on my property. They still have to go and do a lien check, whatever they have to check, take the time that they need to take. And this costs no money to us. So this is, to me, is a
No, but my point
no-brainer.
is it's only 15
but
properties.
you keep saying 15, but understand this.
I thought it was
the-
fines too.
No, we have things that we have been reluctant to file because we want to make sure that they're legally sound. So you have 15 there that we know are good. There may be some other things coming down the pipe.
But but no lien has been placed on them yet, so they wouldn't show up on a lien search.
If I can jump in.
Yeah.
The number of liens or the number of properties we have is irrelevant. anytime somebody is selling a home or buying a home, you have to perform the lien search on it. Whether there's a lien on it or not, you still have to perform that search. And that's what we're spending 1 to 2 hours per request doing. With only 15 properties that we have liens on, chances are that lien search is going to come back negative. There's not going to be anything on the search to report. However, we still have to do that search.
And I thought it didn't just show that the village placed a lien on the property. I thought it also showed outstanding fines from code compliance. I thought other things showed up. So
Well, Commissioner, if I may, it will only show that if and when that's been converted to a lien.
okay, so it really is only searching for the village to have a lien. I thought it was broader than that. So then here's my question. I'm not being flip. I really want to understand this. Why is it taking 1 to 2 hours per property to do a lien search if all we're looking for is to see if the village has a lien? I asked for, at the beginning, you said it was taking 1 to 2 hours per lien search. And if all you're doing is seeing if they're on this list, well, she's not at a microphone. I'm asking, can someone who's on a mic answer the question?
You wanna
We're-
come?
we're-
You can.
But
come up.
we're not
You wanna
just
come here?
looking at what's on that list. If it comes through, we have to do our due diligence and check our records, to see. Back to what I said before. There are some things that we have to do the search. Whether we know about that list or not, we still have to do the search.
So what does that search entail? That's what I want to understand.
Linda can help you more with that, because she does it more.
We conduct between 100 and 200 lien searches per year and spend an average of 104 staff hours, which is approximately $2,600.
Okay.
Right, it says 104, I thought it was 104 hours annually for all 100 to 200 liens. Well, if it's, let's just say it's 100, that's 1 hour per lien. If it's 200, it's only 30 minutes. So the numbers aren't aligning here. Because if it's 104 hours annually, we're spending on 100 to 200, that's a very broad number, because 200 would take twice as long as 100. So we're seeing a number saying 104 hours for 100 to 200. That's as little as 30 minutes a lien. So I'm not understanding what's happening. I thought it was taking so long because they were searching for all kinds of things. But if truly all they're searching for is to see if there's a lien placed on the property.
That's not what we're searching for. When we get the request to do a lien search, we start with one computer system and we look to see if there are any code violations that have not been
So
paid.
you are looking for code violations.
Okay, then we look at building to see if there are any building permits that are still open and have not been closed. They may be expired, but they're not closed because there was no final inspection done. Then we look at the garbage collection to see if they have had any special pickups that have not been paid for. And we have a huge list of those
I understand.
that go back, sometimes 15 years. Then we look to see from the Dade County Property Appraiser if there, who all has owned that property, if there are any liens that have already been filed by the village. Okay.
So okay,
That-
so that I completely.
Then we look at all
understand.
the other permits that they're supposed to have or had, used
I
to
get it.
have to have.
So that I completely understand, but that's not what I thought I just heard a minute ago when I was told all they're looking for to see is if the village has placed a lien on the property. Right, but when right, but then he's not going to be that's my point. That's the function their firm will do. But when the lien search comes to the village, we're doing a whole lot more than that. So why are we doing a whole lot more than that? If all we have to do is to see if the village has a lien on it, why is Linda going through 5 different computer programs looking for all these things? Okay, then how are we going to capture all that stuff if his firm's not doing the same thing, is my point.
Well-
Won't. She'll still have to do portion.
So she's still going to have to do part of the work. So that's why I'm saying this is all being presented to us as if this is an easier, faster, cheaper solution and we get to keep the money, but it's not really doing everything Linda does. It's only doing one specific thing, which is look to see if it's on this list of 15 property. Am I not understanding this?
No, no,
Carol?
You're
so-
right.
so I-
You're right. But Commissioner, when we get to the point of, like, for example, mitigating and going and talking to people and trying to get those collected, we got a lot of money out there. I mean, I looked at a.
Well, we
lien-
didn't get to that part yet. Right now, we're just talking about the lien search part of the equation.
That-
There's 2 parts to this deal. Vero, am I not understanding something?
No, I follow what you're saying. So I was going to ask us, there's two different things as I saw it. One is the opportunity to save staff time, because that would release Linda, Pamela for other duties, right? So you have the opportunity of save, so I'm trying to understand the objectives, the opportunity to save time. And the second would be the potential to earn money that we haven't collected. So in my question to you in this case is, there is an outstanding $637,000 that's listed as a resource impact on the document.
No, I'm not sure that's right.
So
So let me jump in on that real quick, just to make sure we're on the same page. We currently have $708,000 in liens on 15 properties. That's outstanding. That's total value of liens. If you look at 90% of that, which is what we would keep, they have the 10%. 90% of that is a 637. So I just want to make sure we're all on the same
Those are
page.
two different numbers.
So you're saying the potential of us being able to gather through the services that they provide is how much?
637,000.
Okay, so that's what I
After they
said.
kept their fee.
Okay,
That would be
But-
our net.
But I would tell you to level set expectations, Commissioner, that,
that's where I'm going.
okay,
So I just
it's
want to,
highly unlikely that you're going to get anywhere near that number. You might have one property out of the 15 that has 300,000 of the 700,000 on it
yeah.
because it's been accumulating every day for years.
So for me, the way I was seeing it, there's the two objectives, the time. Linda, Pamela still have to invest time searching for other parts of the puzzle. That's one. You're
Well,
able
and
to
yeah,
solve
and-
one
and-
piece.
Well, no, and that other piece, there are two different things, and I want to actually ask your attorney about one of them in a moment. But typically in most jurisdictions, and it might not be the case here, you have established timeframes after which an outstanding encumbrance, a fine or something else automatically then becomes a lien. I'm not sure if that is the case here or not, and which is one of the reasons why your staff might be looking for these other things. And the question I have for the attorney, because if I just have an outstanding fine and I don't have a lien, Mr. Attorney, I don't believe an outstanding fine is going to have any impact on the sale of a property,
Will not, it's not attached to the
Right.
property
okay?
to the lien.
While a lien does. And so the village loses the opportunity to have leverage when it counts the most during the transfer of a property to collect on something that it was intent on collecting. So
So
I
the-
would encourage you to consider looking at, and Commissioner Gonzalez, I believe, gets what I'm saying. I'm not saying you don't.
No, I don't. So I was gonna
Okay.
go again.
So-
I was gonna ask again. So
Okay.
so in this portion of the puzzle, going through code is just a fee then. It's not a lien. So, so why are we putting this into the equation? You understand what I'm saying? So,
Right, it's not making an apples to apples.
yeah,
I-
so
I-
there's the two factors again, time and the money. In terms of the time, we're saying there is a possibility to save staff time. When someone comes, oh, there is an opportunity to search on liens, the code of fees, anything that has been imposed on these properties are not, I mean, there's time that you're still gonna have to invest in order to get. Right? So you can run away from that. You have to invest the time to do that portion of the work. What portion of the lien searches actually represent if we have 15? I guess that's the.
I just passed it down to you. It's right there in front of you. There they are. So to her point, if you're doing that portion of it, why are we doing all the other stuff that Linda does? If someone's selling a property and we can't go after them to pay before they sell anyway, Art, right?
Sounds to me as it's a breakdown in policies and procedures, because if there's a unpaid fine that's from 5-6 years ago, that should have already been
It should already been a lien.
been a lien.
Right.
If they have an open permit that they never closed, that should have already created, or open permit fees that should have been that should be created into a lien, converted to a lien. That sounds like it should be a policy change or a procedure change with us, because we're missing. And if they have an unpaid fine, it's not tied to the sale of the property. The owner doesn't have any recourse to pay unless it's a lien.
Yeah.
Right, so.
Right.
You
And,
have to
and
talk to the mic.
Commissioner,
Yeah.
and by the way, pleased to make your acquaintance. I've been here before and I haven't met you
So-
since you've
Ms.
come on
Linda?
board, but
So someone-
Commissioner, if I just might,
Oh, go ahead.
I just want to say, you're not only missing an opportunity to collect a legitimate fine, but in my mind, as a former public official, you're missing the opportunity to leverage this situation to try and get the results that you really want, which is compliance with your code or whatever laws or regulations that you have.
So the reason this is, guys, listen, it's very simple. The reason this is taking as long as it's taking is because the process is not correct. The correct process is like when we were trying to sell a house down in, I don't even forget where it was, there was a lien against the property for a dog collar that was not paid, that we had to pay in order to be able to sell the property. So the point here is that, to your point, we should have a process in place that after a certain amount of time, any fines that are unpaid become liens against the property.
Mhm.
And then that takes away the entire burden, because at the end of the day, Linda can go and look at all this stuff. And the owner say, screw it, I ain't gonna
Doesn't
pay
matter
it.
anyway.
Doesn't pay it.
Why are we doing
New
it?
owner doesn't have to pay it, okay? It could stay there for the rest of its life, just like it has been, and nobody's gonna pay it. So unless it becomes a lien, it'll never, it's not enforceable. So that's the thing that we need to fix, guys.
I agree with
And-
that 1,000%. And I just want to add again, there's a list of 15 properties that have liens, and those are the only things that could stop a sale from happening. I don't understand why when a lien search is coming into the village, and I want to understand this. If a lien search request came into the village today, why is Linda spending all that time researching all this stuff that doesn't matter anyway?
Because she takes the opportunity when that comes up, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, at that time, right? If it's like a bell goes off. Oh, while I'm here looking for this lien thing, let me see what else is
The
pending
only
against.
lien
the
thing to
property.
look for is that list, is my point. So what are we doing
No,
with
but
all that
she
information?
takes that opportunity to look at all the fines and all that other stuff.
Linda
Yeah.
wants to comment.
What, yeah, if you wouldn't mind.
You may want to stay closer.
Yeah, I'm going to sit right there.
No, we're just trying to save you some time here, Linda.
Come on, I like sharing.
Most of the time when we do the lien search, because a property is being sold,
Mhm.
there's a little note at the bottom of our lien search that says any outstanding fines need to be paid before closing. Most of the time, they send the village a check for whatever is still open.
Mhm.
We're talking about minimal amounts, $400, $500 roughly. Okay, when they get to be larger amounts, we should have been filing liens on them, and we just haven't done it.
Mhm.
Well, let me tell
What does
you,
it say at the bottom again?
It basically says any unpaid fines or open
Yeah.
permits must be closed.
Mhm.
Final inspections must be done, and any amounts due to the village must be paid
Before,
before closing.
Brad, is that legal?
Enforceable.
it's not enforceable.
You can't, in other words, if you're asking if the city can intervene in a closing because there's unpaid fines,
Then is it
prevent a
ethical to
closing.
have that
the
language on a
answer is-
village
the answer
document?
is no. But you can certainly, you can say we're requiring it. They just don't have, if they say we're not paying,
We're not doing it.
unless there's a lien on the property,
That-
there's nothing you can do about it.
That's a little squirrely in my opinion. If it's not allowed, I mean, to put something on a legal document coming from your city that says you must pay this before you can sell your property, and that's not true, that's not good.
The enforcement of that before closing notwithstanding, we know that it's not. It still provides an opportunity to the village to decide, to check the property, to see what's outstanding on it and to convert it. Go ahead.
Thank
please,
you,
Howard.
Mayor. I just wanted to respond to a good point that Commissioner Gonzalez made. If you are going to work to establish a schedule, and again, I would encourage you to do so, you could also take the steps then of, you have different lien sources, so to speak. You could create a database for each, and you can even consolidate it. And then if someone calls, the lien search would be that much easier, okay? And you could do that. I don't know, I have some familiarity with you, and it's up to you whether or not you think you have the organizational capacity to do that over time. And if you do, that makes us less attractive. Nonetheless, it's something, it still saves the staff time in doing it. We would do all the database work for you, put it all together, and that costs you nothing. and then it does save that time later on. So I just wanted to, I thought, respond to that. And thank you.
Understood. Thanks, Alan.
Yep.
And Mr. Manager, could you just refresh my recollection, please? We're asking for waiving competitive bidding because this is the only company that does this? Is that
Sole
correct?
source,
I'm sorry?
sole source, yes.
So Mayor, just, and let me clarify on that. There are other companies that do online lien search. There are no other online lien search companies that also offer online settlement and the other services that we provide.
To that-
So in fact, we are, I'm sorry, was I not?
No, go ahead.
Oh. So in fact, we are truly a sole source.
By online
But you're
settlement.
not sole source for the lien search, you're sole source for the package of services.
Correct, yes.
Oh, that's a little different.
So the settlement options here, I think what I've heard, and please just make sure I'm correct here, the company doesn't negotiate them. If the individual who's been notified that they have an outstanding lien, they select the option to mediate.
Mitigate.
Whatever it may be.
Or they just pay it.
That, or they pay it or they option to mediate. If they mediate, it comes back to us because that's our procedure. It comes back to the code.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yeah, please.
The original agreement that was provided by this vendor had a provision in it which allowed them to negotiate settlements of liens. We removed that language from the original agreement because under your code, the only authority to mitigate liens is with the board. So basically, the way the process works is a property owner would ask for the lien, for a mitigation of the lien. The code officer would do an evaluation, submit that evaluation for the mitigation to the board, and the board would make the determination as to whether or not the lien should be mitigated.
And I'm
So-
actually surprised that clause was in there.
It was in the original, we've had this agreement for a while, so it was in there in
Okay.
an older version of the agreement. And the manager and I had
It
had a
might have been an older
conversation.
version because the newer one, we're well aware that we don't have that authority.
So I just want to make sure I understood what we just learned. You're not the sole source for lien searches. There's lots of places we can go to do lien searches.
Correct.
Okay. But you also offer this collection option. You're also not the only collection company that we collect money for us either. But it's the two services combined. You're the only company doing that.
Correct. And we can also, depending on how you want to handle certain things, we can also issue either proof of payment or a release, depending on what your policies are.
I'm seeing less of the gain here, guys, if I'm being honest, because now I learned a whole lot. So now I understand it's only about the lien search to see if there's one of those 15 properties that have a lien. Linda's doing all this other work in the hopes of collecting some of that other stuff that's lingering about, and it sounds like she is. We're doing it in a way that I think is a little bit disingenuous, if I'm being generous here, guys, by putting a language on the bottom of an invoice that says you have to pay this before you can close, and you don't. That's a little awkward to me. So really, it sounded like this was going to take over all of this. There's still, if we're going to have Linda's, if we want all of that to still happen, Linda's still going to have to do that.
So unless we change the process, and I don't disagree with you, I think that the way things are being done now, nothing is going to change other than she's still going to have to go through the entire process looking for fines and looking for all that stuff.
Still going to have to do it.
Unless we here change the process of fines to liens at a certain point, this is going to continue, and the time spent is not going to.
I think that's the big gain here for me tonight, is the fact that it has revealed that I think that's what, if we're going to make some kind of a correction in this whole scheme of lien stuff, that should be our first step, is to tighten that up and get that to flip over more automatically and faster.
Having said that, this is a non-painful thing either for us, because really,
Doing is searching that lien list.
that's fine, but I'm saying it doesn't cost us anything to do.
Well, it does. If they collect money, which I really, to his point earlier, I don't think look at the list that I got from the village I just passed down. Pamela, you're going to want to keep that and put it on record
Yeah.
now that I've passed it down the dais.
Total amount was like
737, but look at the properties and see what they are and how long like the Bee House is one of them to the tune of what, $50,000? No, more than that? Yeah, so there are a couple of, there's only 15 properties. There's a couple of properties with huge fines and they have no intent of paying that.
We don't have to use them either to do the collections. We don't,
Yeah.
it's a service that they provide, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we have to use them to do that.
Then what are we using them for?
But-
Because it's literally a list of properties that do we have a lien on that property? Pull up the database? We do, we don't. And here's my other concern. If we don't update regularly and frequently enough, and one slips between the cracks, and they don't have the information, and they say it's free and clear, and it's not, they have did you read section 3, the warranty? It basically says, I'm paraphrasing here, Brad, or Alan, correct me. The warranty basically says, we don't guarantee any of this information to be true and valid.
And here's another issue. If they go straight to the website, right, instead of going through Linda, now Linda is not going to be checking for all of these fines and all this other stuff because it's going straight to you.
Oh, good point.
And you're just gonna be looking for a lien. You're good. There's a lien or there's no lien, but then Linda's not gonna get alerted.
You won't have
Right? So that's another, listen, bottom line, we got to change this thing to get fines over to liens.
Now, it's knowing the team, I could tell you that it might be possible for us to also list your fines. But clearly, they're not liens and would have to be differentiated on the site.
And those change very regularly. Things are being fined and we have fines that accumulate. I don't want to say the wrong, they accumulate daily fines sometimes.
Agree, yeah, please.
Sometimes they'll find a property like, okay, $200 for not having your trash can put away and $10 a day until it comes in compliance. And then how are we going to keep up with that?
Here's a little piece of the laborious puzzle. Right now, if there is a code fine that hasn't been paid for a significant amount of time, code staff puts together the package of backup information. That's time. Has to notice the property owner. That's time and money. Then it comes back to us to decide whether or not it's time to file the first intent to lien. We've talked about it in our meetings. If the commission would go with, it's not paid after X number of months,
Yeah.
you not only save the time Village Hall staff, the administrative staff is working, you save code staff time too, and it's just more efficient to come back time after time after time in front of us, wait for us to peruse and parse through things and decide whether or not, yes, please go file the intent to lien. Decide X number of months and it's
It's
done.
automatic.
That would save.
I thought we had that policy.
Well,
Yeah,
hold on,
no.
if I may, Mr. Mayor.
Please.
You can't just impose the lien without the subsequent hearing. So it's called a Massey hearing. So what the courts have said is that before you impose a lien, you're making whatever the body is, in this case, it's the board. That case was dealing with a special magistrate, but it's still the same thing,
Yeah.
a board. So before the board imposes the lien, gives the authorization to file the lien, you have to give the property owner due process, which is notice and an opportunity to be heard.
Because they have
you
them on their
can't-
agenda, don't you?
Yeah, so
have
you
liens.
can't, right, it's what I'm saying, it's going to Massey hearing.
Mhm.
Massey is the Supreme Court case that reached this decision. So what would happen is, yes, you can set, Janie is saying, you can set a time frame and say, okay, if the fines are not paid, whatever, by X number of days, then we're going to go forward with a Massey hearing where you're going to provide notice to the property owner of the intent to lien.
Yeah.
And you give him an opportunity to be heard. They can show up and try to convince the board not to impose the lien for whatever reason. Might be equity issues, whatever it might be. And then once they have the opportunity to be heard, then you can have the order from the board directing the city, imposing the lien, excuse me, and directing the city to file the lien.
can
You
also,
You also-
they can
number of-
also ignore the order though, or the request to appear. I mean,
Yeah.
they can
But
just.
that's all right, as long as
do all the time, as long as
the
you know.
process is just giving somebody notice and an
Right.
opportunity to be heard.
Exactly.
If
So
they
the-
choose
so our
not to be
change-
heard, it's okay.
Our change cannot be after 20 days, we put a lien on your property. It's after 20 days, we call a hearing for an intent to lien.
Which really you could do, but there's a.
We do that now.
process. You're in the process of drafting a policy.
Yeah.
I know Doreen's working on it. That's something that can go into a policy as opposed to into your order.
Yeah. That's easy. And I would imagine if I had my dog collar, went on for 20 years and I did a lien search and I was like, oh my God, that was 20, I didn't even know. And I got an intent to lien thing in the mail, I would show up and like throw myself on the mercy of Janie Anderson and say, what do I have to pay to whom? Oh my God, I had no idea. You know what I mean? But I would think that intent to lien might even be a greater impetus for people to show up and settle this thing. I just want to read something out of the agreement that I'm going to guess you guys read. It sounds so black and white. Number 3, warranty. Service provider, lien library, does not warrant in any form the results or achievements of the services provided or the resulting work product and deliverables. Service provider warrants that the services will be performed by qualified personnel in a professional and workmanlike manner in accordance with the generally accepted industry standards and practices. And they also subcontract. So they tell us elsewhere that they subcontract the work. They can and probably do subcontract the work. So this paragraph right here scares the hell out of me. It's saying, we'll do this for you, but we're not guaranteeing nothing.
I have another question, Alan. So another thing that just came to my mind is if a property, you're beholden to the information provided from the city to you,
Correct.
right?
And that's the genesis.
Right,
some of that
so,
warranty
right, so
language.
if somebody goes to your website and the city hasn't informed you that they have a lien, and they go and take a look at your website and that particular property has no lien, then they're under the assumption the property has no lien,
Correct.
right?
Yes.
And that's back to the city that hasn't provided you that information for the, right? So that's another issue that,
It falls on us, really. It falls on us. And what do they get? If I went on there and did a lien search right now, do I get something saying this property is hereby certified to not
You-
have any?
You
lien
would
on it?
get a report that shows all the different possible areas where you
Mhm.
could be liened and whether or not there's an existing lien for the property for that area.
And is that something they would give to the closing agent to enable the closing to happen?
That typically like a title company
Mhm.
would be one of the customers that
Right.
would use it.
They would use that to give a quick
Right.
title on the property.
And a lending institution might be another. And a lending institution also might seek this type of information, whether or not there's a property transfer or not. There could be a refinancing
Understood.
or something else. So.
But people are counting on this being accurate and they're using this to close. And what happens, Brad, if I use this document, the title company does, and we close on the property and I sell my house to Jonathan, and then it turns out there was a lien on the property that didn't come up? What happens? He now owns a house that had a lien on it. What happens?
That'd be title insurance.
If I'm using
They're out, right?
if I'm using the company to do the search,
Mhm.
I'm entering into an agreement with Lien Library
Right.
for them to do the search. I don't.
Title company is. Let's say it's a
Well,
title.
whoever it is, whether
Whoever
it's
it
a
is.
title company,
Let's
whether
say it's a title company.
whoever it is, they're entering into an agreement. If
Does
they
your
put it on their
agreement-
website, I don't know what their agreement says. I don't know what their disclaimers say.
Is your agreement
the
with the
warranties.
client that goes on and pays for your service, does it have the same warranties thing saying we don't guarantee anything?
I'm going to profess, I can't answer that question. I don't have the information in front of me, sir. We can get that for you.
Okay, so guys, I think this is we could talk around this all
I
night.
have one question related to other municipalities. So there are lien libraries, we just discussed, that do the sort of service, not maybe to the extent that you offer, which makes you very unique. But lien libraries, do they exist in municipalities of our size? I don't know if you've had any opportunity to compare to a Portal. Is Miami Shores using a lien library? Any of the municipalities of our sizes that take advantage of a service like this?
I haven't polled the managers of municipalities our size.
Did you talk to anyone at Miami Gardens to see how happy they are with it is Miami Gardens, yeah.
No.
So we don't know if and you only have one client, is that correct?
I thought there were more, but
I read
I'd
something
have to get-
online.
can you check the Zoom to see if Mac Alabre is on?
And Commissioner Kennedy, if I may, just to
Yes.
go finish your thought about the liability with
Uh-huh.
title company
Yeah.
going to the company. Regardless of what their agreement says,
Mhm.
the agreement that you have
Chris.
proposed here has an indemnification agreement where Lien Library will indemnify the village for their own negligent
Right.
acts. So if they somehow or negligently provide a title company
Right.
with a statement saying there's no lien on this property, and it turns out to be a
They can't
huge
come
lien on the property, right, they will indemnify us if that,
Right.
their negligence, not our negligence, but for their negligence, if that party comes after the village.
But we also can't collect on it at that point because the property has changed hands. And they had a clear title to close.
No, that
Well,
doesn't
it-
prevent you from collecting in the future.
Yeah, no.
Oh, okay. Well, look, we don't
Alan,
know.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Alan, Mac is on now.
He is on now. Okay, he would be able to answer the commissioner's question about the language. Mac is the founder, one of the founders of Lien Library. I know he's at a conference right now, but he zoomed in to serve as a resource. Mac, is he accessed yet?
That is way too many Macs for one meeting. Lord, I'm too many Macs for one meeting.
Okay,
This Mac
Um,
is the Mac with no cheese.
yes,
There you
yes.
go.
Oh, Mac would know. Okay. So Mac, the commissioner was asking about, he was pointing out the warranty language in the agreement between Lien Library and the jurisdiction. He was, and he was wondering if there was similar warranty language for the clients that are interfacing with the online tool. Do you
Yes,
understand? the que-
absolutely. Yeah, so I'll say, I mean, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to come in and then clarify a few things with you, commissioners. So I'll say in my experience, even as I used to do the lien searches for the city of North Miami, it is something very standard. So the city even himself, they don't even provide any guarantee to the client, meaning the title companies, that the informations are accurate. For the simple reason because sometimes some of those information they are sitting in a cabinet, and then the city may not have access to those information. But it's something very standard, and even Miami Gardens, one of our client, and Hialeah Gardens, so that's what they currently use and they currently have.
The commissioners also wanted to know if other than Miami Gardens, is anyone else signed up yet?
Yes, Hialeah Gardens.
Okay.
Look, I'd like us to be able to finish this item. Can I move to extend for 10 minutes?
I'll second that.
All in favor? Okay. Mac, thank you. Were there any other questions for him while we have him?
So you'll
Hang tight, Mac.
and actually make contact with these lien holders to try to collect these funds. Because currently it seems like the only process we have for collections is Linda makes a phone call to try to collect the funds. Hey, you have a lien. That's all we actively do right now. You guys will actively be going out and trying to collect funds because that's how you stay in business, correct? Collecting that
Correct.
10%.
The company would reach out by phone, by email, by mail, door hangers. There are a variety of different methods that they use to get the party's attention. But I want to make clear, none of the tactics that are, none of the aggressive tactics that are used by collections agencies. But it's active and continuous communication attempts.
To me, I see there's a benefit in that we have an outside agency, even if it's, even if they don't have aggressive tactics, it's still an outside agency making contact with these homeowners, property owners, and trying to continually collect the liens. It sends a different message than just Village Hall is calling you again for
Yeah, that's true.
your liens. When it comes to mitigation, that's probably a good question for Jeannie as well. What does the village currently do to reach out to code violators who have a lien on their property to instruct them that, hey, you have an option for mitigation? Is this a benefit to our residents that you're going to be making contact? You have that option to, hey, mitigate if you want to. I know you mentioned it a lot of times at your meeting, but is anybody from the village continuing to call them and say, hey, we want to settle this? You can have the ability for mitigation.
While she goes up there, it's also important to remember that if it's code related, they have to come into compliance before they can settle. So
That's what I just-
Lien Library can't just simply contact them and go, you know what, I've been meaning to pay that bill.
Oh, but
That's what I was going to say. As far as mitigation cannot happen until there's compliance.
of course, it can't happen until, but once you're in compliance and that person gets contacted, hey, you have a lien, is there somebody from the city calling them, hey, would you like to settle your lien? And by the way, you have the option for mitigation. You can go to the code board.
That's a question for staff. I'm honestly not sure. That's definitely a question for
I
staff.
know, I know your meetings, you guys make mention, hey, when you come into compliance, come back and see us and we can mitigate this.
Because
line
from
lien."
what I have, at this point, I know the code officers are at times either posting affidavits of non-compliance or affidavits of compliance, but are they, depending on what happened, but are they doing that regularly? That's definitely a question for staff that I don't know.
I think it's really flipped around the other way. The only reason I mean, look, we're talking about those 15 properties only, right? The only reason they come into compliance is because they want to pay the lien and settle this thing. So they're coming into compliance because they want to pay the lien. And the city won't collect the money. You say, we can't collect this money from you until you come into compliance. Come into compliance and come back and we'll talk. And then sometimes they negotiate the amount of the lien down. Yeah, they always negotiate something. So the point is that it's the lien that's getting people to come in compliance. People aren't coming into compliance for no good reason.
I just see it as a benefit that you're making it available to every lien property owner. Hey, you have this option for mitigation. Click this button right here. We'll send the message over to Village of Biscayne Park. Someone will contact you with how to get on the code board meeting for mitigation.
Look at those properties, and I'm a little skeptical when I look at that list of
Mayor?
properties.
I have a question for you, Alan.
We have to legislate not just for the 15 properties, but for the future properties as well.
Alan, you mentioned something briefly about potentially being able to search for not just the liens, but the violations. You said that hearing about the processes, that might be an option.
We have worked with other jurisdictions to do special coding and add features. And if you want to list outstanding fines, I'm not sure, I don't want to represent that we could also collect them. And to Commissioner Kennedy's point earlier, they're very different than a lien.
Yeah, I understand.
So this is new ground, and so I don't want to make representations that are untrue. But I believe that we could post that information in addition to the lien information.
What I'm
If
hearing
it's
a lot more.
provided to us.
Right, and what I'm hearing from now is one point being the collection of what we have outstanding, but the other is being a resource saver for our people here in the village. And that's an important point to make. That's something very important that I don't know we're emphasizing enough. So if we could expand that to save even more time and resources, that would be very helpful. I don't, look, I think we need to move it to a resolution here. We've only got about 5 minutes left, so I would be in.
There's no motion.
I know.
Oh, okay.
I know. Yeah, to move to discussion. It was a while ago. But I would personally be interested in hearing if that's a service that you could provide to us. Because if maybe we're not collecting to the point there's only so many liens, if we're not collecting $600,000, then maybe if we're adding more time that we're saving for our staff, then it would.
I see Mac is still on Zoom.
Yes.
He can answer the question. I can't.
Okay,
Mac, do you understand the question? Or do you want me
would
to
you-
repeat it?
Yeah,
Let
please
me
repeat it again.
Okay, so in addition to doing a lien search, village staff currently also does a search for any other outstanding fines that have not been as of yet converted to liens. And what they're asking is whether or not we could include a listing of outstanding fines on the site in addition to the liens.
Absolutely, 100%. And that's what the client obtained when they conduct a lien search. It's true, like the semantic says, it's lien, but it's not only lien they are seeking. They're seeking any kind of debt or violation, anything that's outstanding. So that's even if the process is called a lien search. So they will be obtaining anything code violation related, anything as from building that's a permit issue, like that's open or closed, or even a sewer or even water, for instance. So everything would be included as part of that report, not simply things that says liens.
All right, so I misrepresented that earlier, Mac. I apologize.
So
No,
as part
that's
of-
all good, Alan.
As part of this proposal, that's all part of this then.
And
He doesn't have
Matt-
to
That's
Matt,
add
Did you
correct.
hear that question?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah,
That's
it's
correct.
not-
Everything
not
is
in the
added as
agreement.
part of it.
It's not included
Yeah.
in this. is
No,
it?
so Mac, I guess that's what they were saying is that the language of the agreement that we have before us doesn't actually specify those things.
So we
And
would,
and I think it's something that we would need to have in there and some clarity on. Look, if we're adding all of those things and that's part of this, I think it's more attractive. So I would be interested in seeing that, but
Let me just ask, one other, by the way, I'm only here because of you, Alan. 'Cause it's 10:05. I would have been gone a long time ago, but because you're here, Alan, I'm here.
About 5 minutes ago.
All right.
I'm grateful,
All
Commissioner.
right,
Thank
but
you.
here's the thing, so, but having said that, you would only add the fines to properties that currently have liens, not all fines for all properties, right?
No,
You made it sound like all of
no, Mac, this would be for all properties, not just properties with liens.
That's correct.
Yes, it's for all
But
properties.
that would then, okay, then now an enormous burden just got handed over to the village of having to transfer all that data on a very regular, look, how many liens do we place on properties a year? Not many, but how many fines do we levy against properties every year? Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. And all of that would have to be updated on their web.
When they're settled, they got to take them off.
Exactly. So that's an enormous burden on, well, that's them, not us, but it's enormous.
Just letting them know that it's no longer there.
No, because they're collecting.
No, they're not. They wouldn't, no, not necessarily, Matt.
No, so the way, Commissioner, the way we do that is, if someone wants to come in here and settle, we ask that your staff still do it through the site.
Oh, I see, I got
So-
you.
They collect all the money and then give us our portion
Ah,
of it.
okay, okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
So,
that we keep track of all the
so there's a
activity.
huge,
Cost would be the same, that there would be an additional cost to the person, not the cost of the fine. So if it's a $25 fine, now it's a $100 fine.
No, so Mac,
Yes.
no, because paying the fine, we're not charging of, so if somebody's coming in and paying the fine,
$25.
and it's a $25 fine, we're not putting a charge on top of that, but are we taking a percentage of that if they're coming to Village Hall to
have to
pay
make
it?
money somehow.
No, we're not taking any percentage.
So how are you
Okay.
making money on all those transactions? And that would be the.
We're not making money on all the transactions. We're only making money on the online transactions. And
That's
we're-
correct.
We're providing a service that people can utilize 24/7, 365,
Understood.
nights, weekends.
Understood. But
and-
what you just said a minute ago, if someone were to, if I have a $25 trash can out after the deadline fine, and I call the village, Linda, how do I pay this? Oh, go onto their site
No,
and
no,
pay
no.
it there.
No, Linda would go onto the site and process the
So
transaction.
you guys are gonna do all, I don't understand how that benefits us. It's just another way for Linda.
Because, no, because that's how you maintain the integrity of the database.
No, it's just about maintaining the integrity of the database.
Once
Okay,
we
that's
get it
not-
all set
okay.
up, because you would ask that question. That's what I'm
That
trying to
just sounds like a giant cluster waiting to happen with us transferring data, getting things updated on there, right? I don't, then she's doing that instead of looking for the stuff herself. I don't see the, I don't know. It seems to me like we are not ready for this or in need of this. This is my opinion. I think we need to address how how fines go to liens. I think clearly we've agreed tonight, it sounds like a consensus that we need to address how that process rolls out, that we should have more of these things becoming liens and fewer of them sitting around being fines forever and ever, amen.
I like it. I just don't think we're ready for it.
Yeah, I don't think we're ready.
That's my personal opinion. I think that once we go through this process of transforming fines and getting that process into the lien, then perhaps we can revisit this. But I just don't think we're ready for this at this
Well, I had a question about that. If you guys are keeping a database of our fines, is it a two-way street? Will you come to the village and say, hey, a fine has been sitting on this house property for 5 years, it's time to convert it to a lien or whatever the
We,
timeframe
if
is?
you establish a time frame, yes, we can,
So there's some accounting there where they'll come back to us and say, hey, you guys are missing
our
X,
system
Y,
can,
and Z.
If we have our own process in place, if we say it's 20 days, we start the process, that's just but they're doing it, yeah.
Well,
One process, we're talking about building, trash, everything.
all right, well, look, already got-
listen, I appreciate the extra time.
Yeah.
I understand where we are and to be continued.
I think to be continued at a minimum because there's a few other things we do want to clear up first. I'm sorry? We need a vote.
Me too.
Art,
Can
Art, we need a
table it?
vote. You need to vote. I think we should, I think we should just vote this down now and get some internal stuff here fixed. And if we get more liens and we have a greater need for this, then I think we could revisit it. Maybe the service would make sense to us then. But I understand the whole process a whole lot better.
Madam Clerk, do you need to call a roll or can we just consensus? Okay. All right, we have 2 no's. I think no for the time being.
It's a no for me.
Okay.
No.
Okay. All right, so
What about you, Jonathan?
what's that?
Yes or no?
I said no.
You said no.
Yeah, I
Okay,
did.
hear you.
All right. Thank you all
Uh,
very much.
Alan, thanks for the time. Mac, if you're still on, thanks for thanks for your time. I see the chief
Thank
left
you.
us. I
Thank you,
was
everyone.
gonna say, get well. And thanks for being patient. All right, so,
Chief still up there, get well, chief.
he was, but I think he's left. Chief, if you are hearing this or listening to it later, we send our well wishes to you. Thanks for sticking around. All right, so 11B, 12 and 13, we have to request to move on to our next agenda.
Can I ask you 2 quick questions, Jonathan? Procedural stuff.
Yeah.
Vero added 2 things on. Will they automatically roll over to the next meeting? Yeah, okay,
I
good.
believe so, yeah.
And Vero and I have both had our police items on the list, and it was very timely when we put them on there, and it's still extremely important. May I make a request that at our next meeting, we put them at the top of the agenda before other stuff, so we get to them, because these conversations need to take place.
Look, I was gonna say before we got to that one that I would have very much appreciated the chief being on with us, so he might be able to address some of the concerns. If he's there at the beginning and we can start with that, great. Why don't we just keep it on here, and at the beginning of that, if he's.
We'll move it up if
Yeah,
we can.
move-
Okay, fair enough.
to move it up, because
Fair
I'd
enough.
like to get it out of the way, but I did want the chief to be with us.
Yeah, yeah.
So very quickly, it's 11B, 12 ABC, 13 ABC, and then the add-on items of, Commissioner Amsler's 13D and E, would have been 13D and E, the letter and the rec center safety item. I think that's everything.
Yeah.
So I'll go ahead and request it.
May we keep these things that we were given tonight, or do we have to leave them here? We can keep them? Okay.
The letter
Vero's letter, a resolution.
and the helium resolution.
Commissioner Kennedy, please don't forget to send me your item that you wanted to put on.
I'm sorry?
An item you wanted to put on the next agenda. You said you send it to me.
Yeah, that was the
Pool ordinance?
pool ordinance. Yeah.
Pool ordinance, okay. Okay, so those will be moved on to the next meeting agenda, and, at this time, I'll request a motion to adjourn. And second,
Second.
and all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Yeah. Okay, thanks, everybody.